Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to another episode of I Said What I Said. I'm your host, Mr. Roby Hollywood. With me today is a couple of, should I call you guys religious scholars? I don't know. Is that a term that is thrown around too freely to a certain extent? What do you think?
Humbly, we go in debt with our study of the Bible. But to take that, that title of a scholar, I probably wouldn't go that far.
Not yet. But you're working on it. I mean, you guys can prepare. But before I get into it, I would like to introduce you guys. With me is Zariah Williams, Michael McDonald, and Hudson Kim. They're members of the Gathering of Christ Church. For those of you who are not familiar with it, I got a chance to kind of look over the website. So it's gatheringofchurch.com, correct? Yeah. Okay. So I want to kind of go over. .org. Okay. Yes, you're right. Gathering of Christ Church.org. Okay. So before we get started, I want to go over like a little bit of the bio that you guys sent me, and it was kind of an interesting read. It's a small piece of it. It says that the Gathering of Christ Church believe that Christ is the way mankind should follow to receive the kingdom of the Most High. The body of Christ is not a building made by hands. For the spiritual, the Most High God cannot be contained in one space, but the body of Christ is in fact those who are baptized into His Spirit. We are living in a time in which the Most High is gathering the elect to the elect, with our role being the voice and sign proclaiming the truth, showing prophecy, revealing those in power against the elect, and spiritually preparing the last stand with the elect against the forces of evil. So for people who are not familiar with the Gathering of Christ Church, kind of give us a brief synopsis of, how is it different? I'm assuming it's a Christian denomination, correct?
Well, I would say we kind of differ from most denominations. We would more fall into, and I'm just going to say the umbrella, because there are different fractions, there's different camps or fractions of the Hebrew Israelite movement. So we would more fall under that. Like, so you're not going to see a denomination Hebrew Israelites.
But the general umbrella is the Judeo-Christian.
Yes.
Okay.
That's fair to say.
Okay. So that was the bio here. There's a lot of very interesting key points that I want to unpack here. So first of all, there is this sentence that kind of really touched a spot with me, and I want to kind of unpack it with you guys. That in which the Most High is gathering the elect to the elect. So who is the elect and who isn't, and how does one come to belong to such a group?
Well, I mean, okay. Good question. In order to know who the elect is, the scriptures, starting from Genesis all the way to Revelations, goes into a particular chosen people that the Most High chose in order to show the rest of the world His way of living, His law, His salvation, His manner that He ordained for all mankind. Right. So even though the Most High created all man, He selected the children of Abraham, going from Isaac, Jacob, and what we know as the nation of Israel, to be His chosen selected group. Right. So that's where it goes from chosen. Right. But at the same time, I mean, let's look at what we see today. Whether it's said straight out or secretly, we see that those that claim to be the authors of history, science, even the portrayal of the modern day image of Jesus that we see today, is all, goes under that white supremacy umbrella that I would say, to show that they're the chosen people, they're the dominant race. Right. So I'm saying, it's whether we know it or not, the world has already accepted a people being chosen. Now, is that according to who the Most High chose, or who the adversary, as we call Satan, chose? See, that's the question, right?
Right. So here is the thing, right? Like when we start using words like chosen. So this is where I get a little, skeptical. I have certain questions, to say the least, right? Because we speak of God, or the God of Abraham, as we know him, as this, all-loving, all-knowing being kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. Now, my issue with using terms like chosen is because it's an easy source to go into identity politics, meaning that a certain group of people have, a certain set of, kind of birthright to the claim of being the chosen ones. Where it becomes a problem, where I feel like the idea of the God of Abraham, as he is depicted as this all-knowing, all-loving being, mm-hmm. and the idea of having a chosen people is the fact that the only difference really is where these people were born. Let's take like somebody who was like people that were born, I don't know.
So hold on. Let me first understand the question. So you're saying the question is where
exactly, because if you look at it this way, if you the main reason why most people adhere to a certain religion is based on where you were born. Let's say if you're born in Pakistan, in Taliban land or so per se, and your only exposure was Islam, and only Islam but a certain form of Islam, mm-hmm. You didn't have the exposure to the Judeo-Christian tradition. So therefore, is it because you were not chosen? Is because God decided to put a huge majority of its quote-unquote children mm-hmm. into a space where they would not be exposed to him, therefore making them not quote-unquote chosen. So doesn't that betray the idea of an all-loving God? Because how would you explain that somebody born in the confines of India that was exposed to Jainism their whole entire life now suddenly find themselves doomed or unchosen due to simple geographical positions, right? So,
mm-hmm. just to bring understanding to that question, right? Because where you're born doesn't dictate your nationality.
Of course it does.
No, I'm going to show you. the difference. Right? Like, okay, for instance, right? Because this is how we've been taught in the Western world, right? But if you look at ancient civilizations, mm-hmm. like for instance, when you look at the Israelites that were born in Egypt, mm-hmm. they weren't considered Egyptians.
But there is still a certain level of exposure. I'm talking about just general exposure. If you're born in India before the white man came, right, your only exposure to God and deities is whatever was within, your local confines, right? You would not know Jesus until the white man showed up with the Bible and was like, here you go, here is Jesus. So how do you explain that those people somehow, they got dealt a bad hand? Because if they were born in, somewhere where they were exposed to these teachings, they might have been a group of those chosen ones. So them not knowing that kind of betrays this idea of an all-knowing God, because that means this God is dooming a great number of people to.
I understand what you're saying,
right?
But I think what's missing from the question, or from what's missing here, is the understanding the fact that when you look at the Tower of Babel, when all the nations spoke one tongue, one language, right? Mm. They were building a tower to actual war against God, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what happened was, and we could read it, as I said, in history, we could find these claims as well, but that tower was destroyed. God allowed these nations to choose who they would want to serve. Either him being the supreme God, or the 70 angels whose tongue they were divided under, right? Now, they chose, and as I said, I know we got a pseudographica. Let's bring that out of the pseudographica. But they chose, rather than to serve the Most High God, they would serve the angel who he put them under. So at the beginning of it, when the nations did have a choice, they chose the angels that they were put under rather than the supreme God. So they had their options to choose, right? Now, are they condemned where they cannot choose this day? No, because the Bible tells us that the gospel would go through the four corners of the world, right? So therefore, everyone would have the opportunity to receive the gospel, to repent, and to come back to the true living God.
So just to make sure that I understand, what you're saying is, if down the road you become exposed to these teachings and you choose to, as a result, follow them, you can enter into this group of the quote-unquote the elect.
Yes.
Right? But now you understand how there are several religions that all make the exact same, if not moderately similar claims to a certain extent. So what is it about these teachings that somehow give it? Because when you start using words like elect, there is now an us and them, synopsis that comes with
it like this, right? When we look at the world right now, right, and you know what, later on, if we get a chance, we'll go into the Our Pike clan and whatnot, right?
Right.
But when you look at the world right now, you have a group of people bringing forth a satanic agenda. So we see it in the music, we see it in Hollywood, so we see it in different forms. But there's a group of people bringing forth that agenda, right? Now, on the opposite side, the Most High has selected a group of people that would be his ambassadors to fight against what the Bible calls the synagogue of Satan is doing here on the earth. So this selected group, we're supposed to be his selected vessels in order to bring his gospel, his truth, into this world of darkness that we're currently in. Right? So that's what they were chosen for.
Right.
Now, I'll let you speak.
No, so okay. Here is my concern. My concern is faith influences behavior, because first of all, what I'm sensing from what you're saying, and maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'll ask you maybe for you to clarify on the record. Do you read the Bible as a quote-unquote history book, like that details events that happen through space and time as they happened?
Absolutely.
Or do you read it as, because most people will tell you that, when they read a Bible, they read the Quran, they look at it as this map to which they organize their life in order to live a certain, to live in a certain way that, kind of reflects the teachings that are in the Bible. But you're saying that you read it as a history book.
As a history book.
So, for example, so you do believe, for example, that the origin of humanity on Earth ensued from some sort of, lack of a better word, soap opera drama between a man, a woman, and a talking snake. Like, this is what you believe, that somewhere, somehow, the reason why we're paying taxes and, women are having their periods and so on and so forth, this is due to the fact that a woman ate a fruit that she was not supposed to eat off a tree. Now suddenly we're exposed to diabetes and cancer and so on and so forth.
I mean, it's much deeper than
that. I know, but
is
it though, brother? Because see, that's the thing. Because when you talk to religious people, is they always try to put this connotation of it's beyond complicated, or somehow the simple mind cannot understand it. But I feel like, for example, on a platform like this, the whole point of it is for us to be able to have these conversations that sometimes are uncomfortable, because religion is one of those things, just like politics, where there is always these lines that have to be walked. But we are,
So hold on, you got something there? And I'm saying, after, what we can do is actually let's go there and let's see what happened.
Right. So because that's the idea of creationism is you had Adam and Eve, and they lived in the Garden of Eden and everything was fantastic, and God said you can eat everything but this fruit, and somehow a talking snake shows up. All
right,
so
bring what you got,
right,
and then let's actually go there,
right,
and then we'll bring understanding on what actually happened in the garden, right, because once we understand what happened in the garden, it kind of helps to set the narrative of what happened after.
Right. Okay.
Right, so this is going into the disobedience of man, leading to what we see today. Continual defiance against the Most High Power and the one who made us. So that's the starting point. We're going to bring this out. This is the King James Bible, 1611 version. Wisdom of Solomon 1 verse 12. It says, "Seek not death in the era of your life, and pull not upon yourself destruction with the work of your hands. For God made not death, neither has he pleasure in the destruction of the living. For he created all things that they might have their being. And the generations of the world were healthful, and there is no poison of destruction in them, nor the kingdom of death upon the earth. For righteousness is immortal, but ungodly men with their works and words called it to them. For when they thought to have it their friend, they consumed to naught, and made a covenant with it, because they are worthy to partake with it." Right? So essentially...
So unpack that for us for a second exactly, and how that kind of fits the point that you're trying to get across.
Well, the point is the Most High created everything in the beginning to be healthful. right? Now, our forefathers continually disobeyed and went against the commandments of the Most High. Now, that disobedience to whatever the Most High's commandment was, say, for instance, you have a son, you say, don't do this, do that. That initial spirit or thought of disobedience is what transcends into what we see now and what started in the beginning. So it's deeper than just saying, oh, there was a snake and there was a tree and whatnot.
Right.
It goes into that spirit of disobedience.
No, but remember the original question that I asked. I asked if when you guys read and interpret the Bible, if you look at it as a history book. So a history book details events as they unfolded. There is no nuance, quote unquote. And that is where kind of the disconnect happens, because when you tell me that you look at the book as a history book that details events exactly as they happen, that means you believe that the scenario that is being pointed, because that's where it becomes an issue. Because remember, faith influences behavior, right? So if, for example, one of the main issues that, you know, people deal with or countries deal with in terms of national security is, let's take the example of what's quote unquote known in media as jihadi terrorism, right? There is this idea that if you die in the name of fighting for your God, there is a certain reward that will be put upon you, whatever the reward is, right? So there are people who look at that exactly as it is written, but you also take to talk to certain sects of Muslim and they're like, no, jihad is an internal struggle and so on and so forth. So I kind of wanted to establish that before this conversation goes any further. Where on that line do you guys land? Do you look at the idea of quote unquote jihad as spiritual struggle, although that's not part of your teaching and so on and so forth? Or do you look at it as, hey, it's a history book, what it said is what it said, and this is exactly how it happened?
As I said, as a history book, right? Now let's go to the garden. Let's go Genesis. And let's go see what's going on there.
Right.
Now, while you do that, you get to see actually the envy that came from Satan. So we'll get that part, right? So let's get Genesis, though.
1 verse 1.
We're going to go straight to the serpent. What is that, chapter 3?
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 3, verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Most High had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, has the Most High said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, the Most High has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for the Most High does know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
Go on.
Go on. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant for the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
All right, so let's stop there, right? Now, the question that you asked is, do we believe this to be real history? Right? So, we do believe this to be real history. Now,
So you do believe, on the record, you do believe that a woman and a snake had a conversation about a forbidden fruit. That this is a moment in space and time that happened.
absolutely.
Okay.
Now, the
Carry on.
reason being, right, when you go into the book of Jubilee, it tells you that at one time, before the sin of Adam and Eve, all creation spoke one language. So there was a time where, okay, you familiar with the Bible? Not at all?
No, yeah, I am familiar.
So
I grew up Catholic.
All
I grew
right,
up Catholic, and in a highly practicing family. Yeah.
I'll leave you alone there, right? But nonetheless, right? Adam named all the animals, gave them all their names. He called all the animals and gave them all names. So it shows you that he was able to communicate with them, right? So when the serpent, who was enticed through Satan, tricked the woman of eating the tree of good and knowledge, right? With that came an evil root that we can call sin, but also came with the understanding of the law, right? So I'm saying, because that happened, the Most High told, because he told Adam, he goes, the minute you eat this, you're going to die. So something new came into the existence, which was death. So through the fall or the transgression that happened in the garden, death came into the equation. But prior to that, that never existed. right? Now that happened. The reason why the serpent tricked Eve was the fact that Satan was at war with these two, with Adam and Eve in the garden. Right? Now let's get that. Let's just get that part. And let's get straight to the point.
This is the book of life.
Warming up here. We're warming up.
Okay, well, no, we are. It's getting hot. It's getting hot.
So this is the life of Adam and Eve, found in the Pseudepigrapha. We're just going to go into chapter 11. She, meaning Eve, cried out, saying, "Woe to you, O devil! Why do you assault us for nothing? What have you to do with us? What have we done to you that you should pursue us with deceit? Why does your malice fall on us? Have we stolen your glory and made you to be without honor? Why do you treacherously and enviously pursue us, O enemy, all the way to death?" Chapter 12. And the devil sighed and said, "O Adam, all my enmity and envy and sorrow concern you, since because of you I am expelled and deprived of my glory, which I had in the heavens in the midst of the angels. And because of you, I was cast out onto the earth," Adam answered. "What have I done to you, and what is my blame with you? Since you are neither harmed nor hurt by us, why do you pursue us?" The devil replied, "Adam, what are you telling me? It is because of you that I have been thrown out of there, where you were created."
Right? So Satan was thrown out of heaven
Right.
based on what he didn't do to Adam. So he had what's the word? Hatred towards Adam, seeing Adam in his glory. He's going to go into that. Go on.
"When you were created, I was cast out from the presence of God and was sent out from the fellowship of the angels. When God blew into you the breath of life, and your countenance and likeness were made in the image of God, Michael brought you and made us worship you in the sight of God. And the Lord God said, 'Behold, Adam, I have made you in our image and likeness.' And Michael went out and called all the angels, saying, 'Worship the image of the Lord God, as the Lord God has instructed.' And Michael himself worshipped first, and called me and said, 'Worship the image of God.'"
Right? So the Most High called all the angels and said, "Worship the image of God." Let's see what happened when he called over Lucifer. That's what his name at this time. Go on.
"Worship the image of God, Ahiah." And I answered, "I do not worship Adam." And when Michael kept forcing me to worship, I said to him, "Why do you compel me? I will not worship one inferior and subsequent to me. I am prior to him in creation."
Right? So when you look at creation, the heavens and everything that was made before Adam. Adam was made the sixth day. Right? So he's saying Adam should be worshiping me because I was made before him, rather than me paying homage to Adam. Right?
So
But hold on. What's key with this is this explains why when we look at all other religions, they lead us to worship the elements, the creation, rather than, you know what I mean, worshiping the Creator.
Which religion emphasizes on?
So let's go into this. Okay, let's start out with the Egyptians.
Right.
Worshiping of the sun god Ra.
If you look at it, the history of it, if you look at, the history of Jesus Christ and so on and so forth, there is major similarities.
And I'm glad you went there. Right? Because what you're going to find is that the doctrine that this world runs with of Jesus Christ is not the doctrine of the Bible. So it's not a coincidence you see in every religion that same virgin birth, that same sun god, all of that, because that was all part of ancient religions. Now,
but the Bible carries on the same exact, with a few changes here and there, but the blueprint is generally the same. The sun god, the rising after the 3 days, the virgin birth, and so on and so forth. You can find that in the litany of all other ancient religions.
Who says there was? We don't believe in that virgin birth. That's not what scriptures and the records say.
But it's okay.
That's not what the records say.
And that is where we get lost. Because here's the thing, right? See, to me, I'm a firm believer of. See, like I said, I grew up Catholic, right? But
even Catholics do sun worship Sunday.
Yes, of course. So it's all, to me, it's all the same, hoot and kabuba to a certain extent. Because, see, I grew up Catholic, right? But for me, when I got old enough to start asking questions, there was a lot of answers that were given to me that were based in insufficient evidence. Because there was this thing where like truly, I do truly believe that the only reason why religion itself as a concept is still a thing is because the human being cannot answer, or science cannot answer the one question that plagues the human being the moment you're old enough to ask it. And that question is, what happens when you die? The moment science is able to answer that question beyond a refutable, beyond a refutable answer, I don't think there will still be room for, because like I said, remember I asked you that question about creationism and so on and so forth. My mother is she's an OR doctor. Okay, she makes a living out of extracting bullets out of people's bodies, and she's a woman of science. But some way, somehow, she still truly believes that indeed there was a man, a woman, and a talking snake, and a tree, and so on and so forth, and that's how we ended up here. But see, I don't think that she believes that because last time she walked to 7-Eleven, she encountered a talking snake. I think she believes it because it gives her hope that one day she too shall die, rise to the heavens, and spend an eternity singing hymns with Jesus and relatives whose phone calls she spent a lifetime ignoring. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
I feel like there is that it's almost like a pacifier, because the human being need to know. They need to have some sort of idea. And I find that that's the only reason why religion tends to have such a strong ground within people's lives, because a lot of these claims, if you read them as a history book, a lot of it is based on insufficient evidence. And there is also claims on things like biology, right?
Yeah.
Like if you believe in the virgin birth, you're making a huge claim on biology. You know what I mean?
It's contrary.
If you believe in the existence of a talking snake, you're making a huge claim on anthropology. You make,
but at the same time too, we have to understand that the part of reason why science became so dominant was to dispute the credibility of the Bible. You see what I'm saying? So science was also a weapon to get us into a state of disbelief.
But see, that's a huge claim.
I'm going to show you, right? Because what I want to do, right? I want to show you.
Let me ask you a question. Answer this question for me. Tell me one thing through history where we used to have. See, there is a lot of things that we used to have religious answers to, right? For example, people used to sacrifice their firstborn in order to avoid storms. Now we know that storms are now created by, your neighbor saying prayers against you and so on and so forth. We know what creates storms. Tell me, there is plenty of things that we used to have a religious answer to that now that we have a scientific answer to, the world has become a better place for it. Tell me one thing that we used to have a scientific answer to that somehow a religious answer plays off better or somehow advances the human creed better.
So let me get the question again. So you're saying what has the Bible given rather than science?
I'm saying you and I can sit here right now. Do you believe that the Bible can be edited to become a better book, or is it perfect as it is?
See, that's a tricky question.
How is it a tricky question? It's a simple question. Do you believe that it could be edited?
If we're dealing with the sole word of the Most High, God, the Bible tells us that the Most High's word is perfect, right?
No, the Bible is the word of the Most High, though.
Yes.
Right? So you're saying that the Bible, you and I can sit here for 5 minutes, and we can, literally 5 minutes, and we can come up with a much better book, more grounded into, it's true.
See, no,
it's true.
That's where I dispute. Now, can I say the people who control the printing and the private enterprises didn't try to inject 1, 2 things in there? Then I would say, yeah, they did. Right, but I'm saying you don't throw away the baby with the bathwater.
No, you don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. but to say that it cannot be edited, or it cannot. Because see, that's a huge thing.
Yeah.
There is in certain religious factions, the word as is cannot be edited, and we're talking about notions that were put together by people who lived in the Stone Age and believed that the sacrifice of firstborn children was an adequate way to be able to talk to your God.
Well, I mean, ancient civilizations, we know, like for instance, in ancient civilization, there was an attachment to gods. So agriculture, everything was attached
because
to
there was no answers at that time. If you didn't know about the storm cycles, of course, if you see a storm coming, you would assume that your neighbor.
I don't want to get into too much topic because we can go so much places with this.
No, we got plenty of time,
but then we have to. Then that makes me go into the reason that you believe that the ancient world and the modern world is more sophisticated than the ancient.
Oh yes, we are by 1,000%. Come on, man. Like people, like the age of What is it? Like men used to live up to 25 years.
So
right?
why?
Like science.
No, but why? If that's the case, why are they still looking for the city of Atlantis? Why are they still looking for these cities that they're saying, even with the technology they have today, they could not recreate those constructs?
Listen, the quest is not over, right? The quest is not over. But we can assume that by the world has become a much better place by becoming more secular than it did becoming more fundamentalist and religious. Can we agree on that?
No,
right?
I
Of course,
disagree.
the advance, like, look, Galileo got hung because he said that the earth was round. And he got hung for that.
Yeah.
Right? Because the religious patrons at that time could not allow for something that contradicted what the Bible said. But if we had kept believing that, air travel would have never happened. Marine travel would have never happened. So can we agree that science has made the world a much better place than religion has?
And hold on. I'm going to
So.
say no. Why? Because the Bible tells you that the world's round.
That the world's
round.
No.
Right? But I'm saying the Bible tells you that. But going back to, like, one of the things that this science and this technology that has done in a lot of cases, and let's just look at it from an everyday aspect. We rely more on our phones, more on technology than we rely on critical thinking, problem solving that we used to do back then. Like, for instance, everything we're looking on our phone now, spell check, da. So in a lot of ways, the technology and the science has a lot of ways dumbed us down.
Okay.
To some degree.
If you're dumb with a phone, you were dumb without a phone. Phone did not access to better information did not make you dumber.
What I'm saying is the reliance on it.
Right.
Us relying on these technologies is to the point where some people can't do the common things that were so basic at one point at one time.
So do you feel like people were better off having reliance on God instead? So you're better, like, let's say if you're trying to grow crop, right? And your crop doesn't come through, and now there used to be a time where the logical thing to do would be to grab your firstborn child, take him to the top of the mountain and slit his throat. That used to be the logical thing to do in a world. We're talking about the world that the people who wrote this book that's the world that they lived in. Am I lying? Like,
no.
Human, like, child sacrifice is a constant theme that is reoccurring in a book. Am I wrong? Am I right?
But hold on.
All right.
You're right.
Right.
But let me ask you this.
So
right?
don't you think those people would have been better off with technology?
Let's look at this.
Right.
Does child sacrificing and these things still happen today? It's
illegal though. It is illegal though.
Whether it's illegal or not,
right?
We know that there's millions of dollars in these black rings, the Pizzagate and all these.
Come on,
hold
on, man. We're gonna go into Pizzagate now, bro. Come on.
What I'm trying to show you. What I'm trying to show you. What I'm trying to say here, right, is that child sacrificing, like, for instance, the elites of this world, they go to Bohemian Grove.
I know about Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove. They do the child sacrificing. So what I'm trying to show you is that those practices under Luciferian doctrine still go on today.
So you truly believe that there are a bunch of billionaires out there who are snatching children out of neighbor, because they're not sacrificing their own kids, right? Because the Bible says that, it should be your firstborn child.
No, in some cases,
you're telling me that you truly do, like, let's take the example of Pizzagate. You actually do truly believe that the elite in Washington, D.C. used to gather at this pizza parlor in their basement and they will fornicate with children. Like, you do truly, like, what evidence are you using? Because
let me show you what evidence I'm glad you went there, right?
To make a claim like that,
what
that's
evidence
wild.
am I using?
Right.
Well, let's just look at Epstein.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Who was his buddies? The Bush, the Washington, Clintons.
Podesta.
He's a child molester. Child molesters everyone.
Clintons,
Right.
Podesta.
Trump. All these guys were his wingmen. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to show you that this thing is more common amongst the elites than we know. Why did they kill him? Or why did he just die? Obviously, he would have complicated some of the elite.
Yes, my friend, listen.
I'm not saying that they were. So the point that I'm trying to say is that child sacrificing has nothing to do with the book. that you could find child sacrifice in Egyptology.
Right.
You could find child in all the pagan worships of the world.
Right. So,
but the God of the Bible told us not to do those things.
I'll beg to disagree, actually.
Let's get those things.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 12, and verse 29.
Excellent.
When the Lord thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeed them and dwell in their land, take heed to thyself, that thou be not snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination to the Lord which he hateth have they done unto their gods. For even their sons and their daughters have they burned in the fire to their gods. What things soever I command you observe to do, thou shalt not add thereto nor diminish from it.
Right, so the God was against the practice of sacrificing children.
Listen,
if
if you listen to the chapter they just read, this is not a strong condemnation of the practice. What? This is barely no. Listen, if you hear what I just said, listen. This was like if you look at there is certain chapters in like look at like the story of let's say like what's the most famous? See Adam and his son was
Cain and Abel?
Abraham.
No, Abraham. It was Abraham. Yeah. Abraham and his son and so on and so forth. Right? Like even when God quote unquote stops them, it's not a strong condemnation of the practice itself, right? He's saying that hey, within like if you listen to most religious scholars, what they'll do, they'll tell you that, God kind of went them off child sacrifice by introducing animal sacrifice, and eventually there was some sort of religious evolution that unfolded and so on and so forth.
You gotta explain that part to me.
No.
See,
so
you're throwing in a lot of stuff that we don't.
But I'm saying the point that I'm trying to make is okay. You know what? Let's put child sacrifices aside. Okay. Right. Let's take a notion like indentured servitude, right? Yeah. Even past the Old Testament, Jesus himself, speaks on the fact that one should serve their master. And this notion was quite often used to justify the transatlantic slave trade that saw a lot of our ancestors being snatched. And people will hold that book up and be like, hey, the book says obey your master, and so on and so on. Do you not believe that we're better off in a world without indentured servitude, regardless of what the Bible says?
Well, I'm going to say because every civilization has that history of servitude, right? Mm-hmm. Now, when we look at the slave and slave trade, that's something in itself different, right?
No, but the Bible was used to justify the legitimacy of it.
So we're going to give you the history and to see if that is really the case. Now, have you ever watched the movie that was on Nat Turner? Nat Turner. Mm-hmm. Now, in that movie, they did a great job to show that, you had sellout pastors that were paid by the planters or, the slave masters to bring forth that passive
But
doctrine.
they're not bringing it forth. It's in black and white. It's right there in black and white.
Let's get the history and let's see when they started to read the book for themselves, what started to happen amongst the colonies.
Again, you can't do that. You cannot pick and choose which parts of the book speaks to you or not. You said that you believe it as a history book.
But exactly as you said right there, pick and choose. That's exactly what happened in history during the transatlantic slave trade of the 18th century. Because when you go to Washington, D.C., they actually have a museum called the Museum of the Bible, and we're actually going to talk about a certain Bible that existed during slavery, during indentured servitude, that existed, that was contrary to what we have in working with today. So I'm just going to get a little excerpt from here real quick and just going to read this for you.
Go ahead.
So in Washington, D.C.'s Museum of the Bible, a copy of the so-called slave Bible sits on display. Now take this in. This Bible, used by slave masters in the early 1800s, is quite different than the one used in the pews today. The biggest thing is what it's missing. The typical King James has 66 books. This one contains, in the Old Testament, all or the parts of about only 14 books. Explains Anthony Schmidt, PhD, Associate Curator of Bible and Religion in America. Bibles like this, along with catechisms, were used to push a specific message to enslaved people. It starts off with the creation story. Then it jumps to Joseph getting sold into slavery by his brothers and how that ends up being a good thing for him, Schmidt told CBN News. We skip over the Israelites in slavery in Egypt being let out, said Schmidt. Other references to freedom were also omitted.
Right, so they took out all the scriptures dealing with freedom and whatnot. Now,
No, but like the book,
Yeah.
like, but carry on.
Get the history now, and let's see what happened when those slaves started reading those books themselves. It started mad revolts.
But see, again,
But hold on, let's just get that history. It's in this book, guys. It started mass revolts, and what they said, okay, you know what? We got to control the narrative of this book. We got to get those slaves in America. They can't read the book because we saw what happened when Nat Turner read the book. It
Right.
started riots, massacres.
no, but like again, see, here's the thing. We agreed at the beginning that the Bible is read as you read it as a quote unquote history book.
Yes.
I can tell you, there is a lot of let me see. Like Deuteronomy 24:7 talks about the covenant to require enslaving of the people of cities who surrender during wartime. So just the idea, first of all, enslaving your quote unquote leftover enemies. If if you win a war, the women and the children, whatever, they can be taken into servitude.
Yeah.
That is right there in the book in black and white,
yeah.
right? So those kinds of notions were used by people who were believers to say, hey, look, because even those parts that are left within the quote unquote what was called the slave Bible, those were also written by the same people that wrote the actual book itself. Am I wrong? Am I right? Right? So yes, they might have edited it.
Okay,
They might have edited it to make,
that's what I wanted
or
to say.
remove
To make it
remove
fitting.
certain pieces.
To make it
But
fitting
those
to
but
their
those
agenda.
beliefs,
Yeah.
those beliefs were embraced by whoever is the author of the King James Bible as well, right? Like these were beliefs that were held in high regard, and people use the Bible as a way to justify them. Would you admit? Right now on the record that we're better off in a world without indentured servitude? Can we agree on that? As a landmark to be able to land on, and then go from there.
And I'm gonna say, because when you think of employment, what is employment?
Okay, come
No,
on.
I'm asking.
No,
No, seriously.
Listen, we're going into semantics.
No, hold on,
Slavery,
hold on.
yes or no? Slavery, yes or no?
Am I for slavery? A modern day?
No,
what we
yes,
see
yes.
today?
But, no, or the way that is justified in the Bible. The fact that you should serve your master without regard. The same way that it's outlined both in the Old Testament
Yeah.
and in the New Testament by Jesus Christ himself.
Well,
right?
okay.
So
I'm
do you
gonna say-
agree that servitude in any shape or form where you are required, you are required to serve somebody whether you like it or not, do we agree that that's a bad thing?
I mean, yes, it is
It
a bad
is a
thing,
bad
right?
thing,
No,
right?
no,
So
hold
are we not
on.
better off? Right.
Now, it is a bad thing, right? Now,
I
the
can look it up,
the
but-
thing that I want you to understand, right, is that because you'll find within our laws, we had servants as well. Like when you read the Israelites and whatnot, they had servants, right? Now there was laws on how we had to deal with those who were our servants, right? Now, the difference, what I'm trying to show you, is the servitude that I'm going to say, quote unquote, black people are serving, right, is different than what was recorded in the Bible. So
How so?
well, I mean, okay. Let's look at this. Let's look at the state of the people who went enslaved, right? And when you look at the Bible, they didn't lose their identity. They didn't lose their culture, their heritage, their religion, or their God, right? So all that was taken away from a people in what we call the transatlantic slave trade. When we look at what was the servitudes in the Bible, they knew who they were. They knew their heritage. In some cases, after 7 years, they could actually pay for their redemption, if I'm not mistaken, right?
But how is that? So are you saying that now if a system came by where you could enslave people but still let them retain their quote unquote identity, that would be okay? Would that be an okay thing to do now? Does the fact that you are entitled to pray to your own God and keep your own name make slavery any better? Are you saying that we would have been better, like if slavery would not have been as bad if they let us keep our names and let us keep our God?
Right? Now, if you understand what's been done to us and the covenant that we broke with our God, part of that was the condition that we are in now. So if we broke that covenant, we would be in the present day situation.
Sorry,
that
define
we are today.
the covenant. Define the covenant. I want to make sure that I understand.
All right, let's go there. Let's go there for a second. Deuteronomy. And I'm saying it'll help to understand on what I'm trying to say.
By the way, I love how you guys quote Deuteronomy because there is no passage in the Bible that I find more gruesome than Deuteronomy itself. Like the idea of some of the things that are put in there. Like we can talk about, like Deuteronomy. I can't remember which.
Let's get one thing.
One thing at a time. All right, okay. Go ahead.
All right, this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou wilt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth, and all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. So I'm going to go down to the curses.
Right, so if we listen to God, he would make us the head of all nations. He would bless us beyond all nations. Now let's get in if we disobeyed God.
Right, this is Deuteronomy 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thee, and they shall overtake thee. Cursed shall thou be in the city, and cursed shall thou be in the field. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. Verse 25.
Right, so meaning their businesses. Right, go on.
Verse 25. And the Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thy enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. Verse 29. And thou shalt grope at noonday as a blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore.
Right, so these people, for breaking that covenant, would only be oppressed, spoiled. Go on. No, we're going to...
Evermore. And no man shall save thee. Verse 30. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build a house, and shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and thou shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Verse 32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thine hand.
Right, so all this happened during slavery. Go on.
Right.
To who though? To who? To the enslavers?
We believe this to be a history book, right? So let's follow history.
So you're saying, so just to make sure that I understand, so just make sure that we put a pin in it.
Yeah.
You're saying that black people or, whoever is subject to slavery somehow broke a covenant with God.
Yes.
And being enslaved is the result of them breaking that covenant.
Yes. Now continue. Hold on. Continue.
Verse 36.
Get somewhere.
The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, and there thou shalt serve other gods.
Right. So we would go into another land that we knew not of. Go on.
And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations.
Right, so we know those bywords to be the names we're currently called, blacks, Negroes,
yeah, but see,
whatnot. Go on, though.
Mm-hmm.
All nations whither the Lord thy God shall lead thee. 41. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. Verse 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
Right, so this is why we're the tail of all nations. Go on.
Verse 46. And they, these curses, shall come upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever.
Right, so this sign would not only be amongst them, would be amongst their children, and would be on them forever. Now let's get the
Verse
ships.
40.
You want to get the ships?
Let me get two more.
We'll go back there later on.
All right,
but
verse
let's get the
68.
ships.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen.
Sold to Mr. Jefferson. Go on.
For bondmen and bondwomen. And no man shall buy thee or
And no
redeem
man
thee.
shall buy thee, or it's an old quick word for redeem. So the point that I'm trying to make, based on the children of Israel understanding that if they broke this covenant, they would go into servitude. Now, once they broke this covenant and were in servitude, they would have to operate still righteously under their masters until the Most High would redeem them out of this last captivity. So when you take away from the people who they are, their heritage, it takes away, okay, why are we in this condition right now? Why are we continue from generation suffering under, and we will say we're cursed, but what curse? They told us the lie that we're under the children of Ham, under that curse. No, this is the curse that we were under.
Okay.
Right?
I got put things.
So I'm saying, understanding that,
Right.
we got to be able to endure, to make it through, be righteous.
Right.
Right?
Okay. So
For the Most High's sake.
a few things. All right.
Yeah.
So first of all, to me, the first thing that comes to mind when I listen to a chapter like that, I find that it kind of conflicts with the quote-unquote general idea of the God of Abraham, right? There is this notion that he is supposed to be all-knowing, all-loving, but when you hear about the God that is painted in this picture, this is a warring, jealous God that somehow, created you with an all-loving heart, but the moment he feels like you're disrespecting him, he he dooms you to a life of thousands of years of servitude. So those two things kind of contradict each other. If you're reading the Bible as a history book, the notion of an all-loving God, a God that, because vengeance and the need to doom your enemies because they disrespected you, that's a human feeling. So if you're telling me that the God of Abraham is beyond the human realm, that he is not subject to such human needs as vengeance, and then you read me that, the two clearly contradict each other. That's why I told you, I'm like, look, to me it's hard. You're not going to tell me that we're not officially much better off because people no longer live to rules that you find written. There is chapters of Deuteronomy right now that talks about the fact that if your wife was not a virgin on her wedding night, you do have the right to stone her in front of Rafato's doorstep.
Let's get it.
Are you telling me that we're not better off in a world where such barbaric practices are no longer being endorsed?
Let's get it. No, I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree.
You don't think that we're better off? So if your sister got married, you have sisters?
Yeah, I got
right?
sisters.
If your sister got married and her husband found out that she wasn't a virgin and he dragged her in front of your house and stoned her at your doorstep, you would not find any objection with that. You think we're in a better world? We were in a better world then with such practices were endorsed so heavily.
I'm going to say nah. I believe, and I tell you why. I'm going to say.
But why did that happen? Did it change? Did it change because we became more religious or more secular?
No. Let me say this. Thank the Most High for the grace given, right? Because the grace given gives us the opportunity where we can now get things right.
So transcend what's being said. So you said that the book is not perfect then?
No.
Because this is not the book can be perfect if it embraces certain things that we're better off. That we're better off transcending. That means the book is not perfect. Do we agree on that?
We disagree. Now let's show the purpose. So but
you're not answering my question.
No, I'm going to answer your question now. Right? When the children of Israel were pulled out of Egypt, right? The Most High set them up to be a particular people, a people separated from all people. So He set in place rules and requirements. Now we didn't live up to those rules and requirements. So because of that, He sent Christ to give us an opportunity now to come back to Him. That's a merciful God. Now, let's get the purpose of what the stoning of the woman did in the Old Testament, right? Because the whole ideal was to get, and let's just read it. Let's just get that quick, guys. Come on. All right. And then we're going to look at society today and see.
Right, I don't think you answered my question though. Just before we go into it, just hold on a second, okay? Again,
so,
to me, my thesis that I'm bringing forward is the fact that we are much better off now that we become a more secular society that does not necessarily need to abide by everything that is written in the Bible than we were. And you're claiming that us at that time we were much better off when we were more observant. Correct? Those are the two standpoints being held. And I'm bringing in evidence the fact that, you and I can sit down in 5 minutes and with just 5 minutes worth of edits in the Bible, we can make a 10,000 times better book than it's being held. I disagree. Yes, if we take out things like the stoning of women, if we take out things like child sacrifice, we agree that the sacrificing of children is no good. Yes?
Even the God of Israel disagreed with it. So yes,
listen.
No. But I'm saying that was never agreed upon. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, how about
The Most High-
the stoning of your non-virgin
Okay,
wife?
so we just want to deal with what you said regarding sacrifice. We need to cut that because the Most High said he hates it in Deuteronomy. So if you're going to say that that's he wasn't really clear, the Most High said he hates it. So
But there are chapters. I can
Okay,
show
pull it
you.
out.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
Let me
we'll
see.
Now
go
we're gonna-
chapter for chapter.
Let me see
You
here.
pull up the
Yeah,
chapters
yeah.
there, But
Now we're going to deal with,
Let's deal with
you're
that.
saying it's a better world and what may have you. The Most High, we're going to read what he sent his son Christ to establish in this earth. In John 8 and
well,
verse
hold
1.
on. Let's not jump his point.
Yeah, let's take time. Yeah, let's take time. Okay, so
You want to get
okay.
the verse that you mentioned?
Right, yes.
Okay, right. We're going to get it right now. Okay, so this is the verse. This is Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 20. Right? It says, "But if this thing be true," I'll start at verse 19.
And that's put away evil from amongst you, right?
Yes.
Let's get that. There's a purpose it served.
Verse 15. "Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hateth her." I'm going to go down to verse 19. "And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he has brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel." Verse 20. "But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of the city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she has wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house, so that thou shalt put evil away from amongst you."
So that you should.
So
put
somehow
evil,
that's-
So
okay.
hold on. So that you should put evil away from amongst you. Go on. Sorry.
So you're telling me that for the purpose of putting evil away, somehow that, like, do you find that as a just? Is there any situation in which the stoning of your non-virgin wife is acceptable?
Say that again. Sorry.
Now, is there any, like, according to you,
Yeah.
right? Is there at any point, under which circumstances is a stoning of your non-virgin wife an acceptable recourse to remediate?
Well,
Do you feel like, is there any point right now in your life? Are you married? Are any of you
Yeah,
guys
yeah, I'm
married?
married.
You're married?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go into the details of your wife,
Yeah.
but see, let's say that now you got married, I'm assuming that you were a believer at that time. If you had found out that your wife was not a virgin,
Yeah.
would it have been acceptable for you to take her to her father's doorstep and stone her for that sole purpose?
No, I'm going to tell you why. Right now, the Bible also tells you why now as well, right? But I want to get something. Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 6. Verse 6. The Lord says unto me, or her. I want to get the one 6 and 3.
6 and 3.
No, the one where it says, if he plays the harlot, she should be surely defiled. Sorry.
Is she what?
You want me to get the one in John? Christ?
No, I want to get the ones where it says, if she played the harlot, where it says the Most High says, we played the harlot to him.
No.
Sorry.
So,
Let me get that.
Now,
And-
the point
and-
that I'm trying to make here, sorry,
Mhm.
the point that I'm going to take, in today's society, that would be totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And I say why? Because
I got it.
as the nation itself, we sinned to the Most High. Read that for me. I know
It's
what
the
I'm
book,
trying
it's
to
the book
say.
of Jeremiah, chapter 3, verse 6. "And the Lord said also unto me in the days of Joshua the king, Hast thou seen that which backsliding Israel has done? She has gone up upon every high mountain and under every tree, and there has played the harlot. And I said, After she had done all these things, turn thou unto me. But she returned not, and her treacherous sister Judah saw it. And I saw, when for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a bill of divorce, yet here treacherous sister Judah feared not, but went and played the harlot also. And it came to pass, through the lightness of her whoredom, that she defiled the land and committed adultery with stones and with sticks. And yet for all this her treachery, sister Judah, had not turned unto me with her whole heart, but feignedly saith the Lord. But the Lord said unto me, The backsliding Israel has justified herself more than treacherous Judah." Is that what you wanted in verse 2 or 6?
Okay. The one that I was looking for is the one where he says,
Turn back. I think it's verse 14. Read on down.
go on.
Verse 14 says, "Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Lord, for I am married unto you, And I will take you, one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion.
Right, now, it touches on it, but that's not the one that I was looking at. I was saying the fact as a nation, when it comes to the Most High's relationship with Israel, he calls us his bride. So because as a nation we cheated on the Most High with other gods, like we played the harlot, and the Most High accepted us back. The Most High says, the same way how I accepted you back, if she played the harlot, based on the grace that I've given unto you, I'm going to give you the same grace. Right? Now let's look at let's go to Christ. Right? So I'm saying, based on, this time, this was the standard before we broke the covenant.
Okay. A couple of things. So now, let's make sure that we unpack this thing, because we keep piling on the verses, and somehow we're not getting time to just kind of like unpack things as we go, right? So I feel like what I'm finding now is these self-contradictions where God seems to agree with a practice in one part of the Bible and then refutes it in another. So, for example, if you're just what you just told me there. So, if in one instance you should stone your wife in front of her father's doorstep, she's not a virgin on your wedding night, and on the other one you should take her up if she played the harlot. It's the same thing where when you bring up that verse about God being quote unquote against the sacrificing of children, but then you have, for example, Jephthah's sacrifice of his daughter in fulfillment of a vow in Judgment 11:12. So you find these reoccurring contradictions where it's either which part do you follow, which one do you not?
See, but once again, I think the part that's not
and the perfect book does not contradict itself. I guess that's the point that I'm trying to make.
We're missing a key point, right? I'm saying.
But do you know about Jephthah's sacrifice of his daughter, though? Are you familiar with part of the Bible? Jephthah's sacrifices of his daughter.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So.
But was he told of the Most High to do that? Did God tell him to do that?
It's in the Bible. He wasn't stopped.
But I'm saying there's many things in the Bible that men did.
Hold on.
That men did that the Most High told them not to do, and they reaped the repercussions of that.
No, but in that chapter, it seems like the sacrifice of his daughter is fairly, supported in that aspect.
The Most High condoned that. Hold on. Why he had to do that was the fact that he made an oath out of his mouth. And out of his fear towards God, he felt like he had to.
So why didn't God stop him? Why didn't God stop him? He stopped Abraham and whoever else. Why was there not a direct intervention? And to say that the Most High didn't tell him that goes against the fact that the Bible, every single letter in it is the Word of God.
No, because hold on, if the Bible is a history book, like we said, it's going to have the good history as well as the bad history. So part of the bad history is showing what mankind did, or what the children of Israel did, that was contrary to why they're in the condition that they're in. So it's not a fairy tale of all good stories or whatnot. No, it's the reality. The rise of a people, the fall of the people. Right? And what would happen in the end for them to rise again. So the stories, the Bible is just not a story of all, good deeds. No, it shows the bad deeds so that the people who read the book know to do the good or the bad.
But some of these, the point that I'm trying to make is some of these bad deeds are condoned by this all-loving being and this that is supposed to be, the God to all humanity. Go ahead.
I was just going to get the one on Christ, right? You want to skip over that. And regarding the book of Judges, he, like the deacon said, he chose to do that. The Most High never condoned him to do that. So you can't find anywhere in the Bible where the Most High said sacrifice children. It's not in there. He chose to do it himself. Now we're going to John 8 verse 1 regarding the stoning of the wife. And Jesus went unto the Mount of Olives, and early in the morning he came again into the temple, and all the people came unto him, and he sat down and taught them. And the scribes and Pharisees brought unto him a woman taken in adultery. And when they had set her in the midst, they say unto him, Master, the woman was taken in adultery in the very act. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned.
Right, so they once again brought the law. The law is she's committed adultery, should she be stoned? Let's see what Christ said. Because there was a standard for this to be executed.
Right.
But what sayest thou? This they said, tempting him, that they might have to accuse him. But Jesus stooped down, and with his finger wrote on the ground. as though he heard them not. So when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself and said unto them, He that is without sin
Right.
among
Throw
you,
the first stone.
let
Right.
him
Yeah,
cast
yeah,
the
right,
first
right.
stone.
Because
Right.
all of them
Right.
were guilty of
Right.
sin.
No,
he
again,
couldn't-
again.
But but I'm saying, because you're saying it's a contradiction, but I'm saying the standard was for them, when they first came out of Egypt, to be a nation without sin. Now, because they became a nation of sin, they could no longer uphold that law. So Christ had to come to set a new covenant. Go on, you got something?
I got two scriptures from the Bible. I'm just going to go to John chapter 1, verse 17.
Let's get straight to the point.
For the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. So just know that. And just to top that off, Galatians 3 and 24. Wherefore the law was our schoolmaster to bring us unto Christ, that we may be justified by faith.
Right, so Christ would bring the true understanding of what they were reading back then in Deuteronomy. So when they asked him that question on, okay, shouldn't we stone according to the law? Christ said, okay, who here is without sin? Because if not, you guys are all hypocrites. So I'm saying, when we look at it from that perspective, who in here is without sin?
Yeah, but see,
So
again, that perspective.
So I'm saying, I would not be in a position. That's why it says vengeance is of the Lord. I'm not in that position to execute that judgment, because I'm just as guilty as that sister who was sleeping with who caught in adultery.
But see, I have a hard time believing that the reason behind, because if you look at, when Christ made that statement, and the part of the Bible in which they were advocating the stoning of women, there is at least a couple hundred years in between, if not like 1,000 years or so in between, right?
Yeah, but the law still...
Right,
Yeah.
right. But see, to me, the way I look at it, it's an evolution in secularism, right? People were just, as time was going by, people were coming more to an understanding that maybe these kind of barbaric ways of living are not the way that a secular society should be able to behave. I don't think that people are becoming more religious or closer to God, and that is the reason why. It's the same people. Okay, it's the same statement that people make when they're like, "Oh, you know what? The reason why religion is important is because, for example, most charity are religious." I have a hard time believing that. I feel like people became better as time went by, and we became more and more in tune with what's going on in our surroundings, and we no longer needed some sort of unexplained, like people needed to rely, for a long time, people needed to rely on things that they could not understand on insufficient evidence, right? Okay. And the more secular we became, and the more sedentary we become as a society, the more we learned that, hey, maybe stoning your wife or stoning a woman because of X and Y and Z is just not a good idea. I don't believe it's because we became more in tune with God that all of a sudden now, because that's what most people say. They're like, hey, Jesus came about, and now suddenly the barbarism in the Old Testament started ending. I don't think so. I don't think that's what happened.
I wouldn't say that's the case, because, as I said, when you read the law was still, people were still being judged up to Christ's time. You see what I'm saying? So execution through the law was still happening all the way to Christ. I mean, how did Christ die?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It was a court. They found an accusation against them according to the law.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So, because you touched on a few things. You're saying how through evolutions of time, these things started to be, deemed wrong in society. Right. But I'm saying that's a philosophy. That's philosophy. That's your.
But it does not.
A guess, but it's not actual.
But
fact.
it's not proof of some guy sitting in the sky taking notes of everything you do when you're naked. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
But on the contrary, let's look at a society, because we live in a society where this is not practiced, right?
Right.
Now we see that whoremongering, adultery runs rampant in this generation. Mm-hmm. Right? So, but let's look.
Is it runs rampant, or is it wasn't rampant until?
If we look, for instance, when our parents were, I'm not going to but when our parents were growing up, There was more of a family structure, husband and wife would stick, even let's go a little bit further back, our grandparents. They would stick the 50, 60 years, whatever of marriage, right? Now we live in a generation today where marriage, that whole ideal, in most cases, is frowned upon.
But it's not because it's not. But you cannot use that as a standpoint.
But I'm trying to show you that if this was embedded in society, is in the fear of there's a judgment for adultery, it would stop many of us from getting caught up in what we see today is in a generation of adultery.
Okay, so let's unpack a couple of things. You made a couple points here that I want to touch on. Okay?
Because you said it has made us better, getting away from these things. But I'm looking at the opposite. I'm saying, bro, I'm looking at a generation.
No, but you're solving a problem that is not there. See, here's the thing, right? Okay, so let's go back to what you just said. You just mentioned something about, hey, when our parents were growing up, the approach to marriage was completely different. Okay.
I mean, back then there were these things. The Bible.
Was it because that's just a small tiny fraction of the actual core of the problem. Yeah. Let's take the example of the black family unit. Okay, right? Why is it that there is this claim that 70% of black mothers are single mothers? Why is that? Is it because somehow they got less and less in touch with God? No, it's because we live in a system where the black man, you used to be able to graduate high school and you could sustain a family and be able to grow in the middle class comfortably. Right now, the world becomes more globalized. Industries are being taken out of inner cities, right? Now, and then suddenly you inject crack cocaine, right? You inject crack cocaine. Now, as a man, if I want to feed my family, I have to get in the streets and do X, Y, and Z. Of course, that comes with its own ramification. The man gets, most of them are being in prison and so on and so forth. Now you have these men that are being raised by women. They're not seeing what their family structure is. And of course, it creates its own domino effect as it goes. I don't think it's because people are now reading Deuteronomy anymore that's why we have so many single mothers. I'm sorry. That is, you know what I mean? Like that is,
now I'm going to say this, right?
And that's really what my issue is. Like, let me just finish it. Like, that's what my issue is when I have these kinds of conversations is, people who use religion as this marker of, of moral standing. They tend, most of the answers tend to defy the actual facts and circumstances as they are. You know what I mean? We are better off than we were when we were, embracing beliefs that were grounded into knowledge that right now the average person completely and totally surpasses. You know what I mean? Like we know more and we do more, and therefore, it doesn't mean that the book does not have some good things in it, but it should not have the hold that it has on people, because a lot of the stuff that's being stated was either stated at a time where we had very little understanding of our world and what is unfolding, or just evidence that is designed for people to be able to use it as a tool for power.
But I'm saying history doesn't back that. And it's crazy because I wish I brought the history to show you that technology, all these things that they're getting now is actually found from old technology. You could go and you could research these things yourself and see that on some of the pyramids in Egypt, they had hieroglyphs of helicopters,
light bulbs,
plugs, all these things. So what you don't understand is that technology, like the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. What was done shall be done again. And that's why it says the end time shall be in the days of Noah. Because before the flood, there was technology beyond our understanding. Now, do you believe that the technology that we see today and the technology that the elites have is the same?
What do you mean the technology?
Like, for instance, when you look at reports and whatnot, they say that the technology that the people who run this world have is about 50 years more advanced than what's made known to the common.
So so first of all, when we make quotes when we make quotes like that, see that's the thing. Okay, we need to have an intellectually honest conversation. Yes. Intellectually honest conversations are based in facts. Yes. You just made a proposition stating that somehow there is a group of people over there that have flying cars and we don't. Okay, mazel tov, no problem. Yeah. Okay, so to me, when you make a claim like that, that claim within itself defies the core of capitalism, which is the main driving force of the modern day economy. Meaning that there is no interest in me to create a technology that is only accessible to a certain few. Other than the fact that if you do the math, like for example, people who believe in aliens and Area 51 and so on and so forth, the government can do the math and be like, hey, look, I don't want this technology ending up in the hands of the Chinese or the Russians and so on and so forth because it's a national security problem. Who knows? They may be able to work on it faster. They may develop weapons and so on and so forth. That's different, right? But to tell me that there are civilians out there who have access to what? Better phones, better cars? Like when you say technology,
no, I didn't say,
like what are we talking about here?
I didn't say civilians.
Right.
I said, like for instance, okay, are you aware of weather manipulation technologies of the sort? Like the HARP system.
I heard
you
about
heard of those things. So,
right.
so what I'm just trying to show
a lot of it is unproven. How much InfoWars are you watching, brother?
No,
I'm hearing you quote Alex Jones several times.
But the fact of the matter is, even JFK in the 1960s, he came out with a speech in I think it was a UN Assembly, saying that we have the capabilities and the technology to alter weather. And we see that very evident today through something we called HARP, which even DARPA had admitted to this technology existing today. So going to show you that this isn't no InfoWars, this isn't no Alex, what's his name?
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. This is actually documented stuff that even comes out of the mouth of presidents and leaders as well as scientists themselves in reports such as DARPA, which is credible.
No, look. Listen, I'm not saying that obviously, our governments are not hiding things from us. Of course they are, right?
100%.
But do I think it's some sort of nefarious thing? Just to kind of go back to the point that we're making, that kind of technology, the way I look at it, right? That kind of technology being hidden or being kept away from the masses, to a certain... Now, do I think that the people who are running our governments are the most saintly people that are out there? Absolutely
Definitely not.
Right? But I know for a fact that there is a lot of people out there who I'm very uncomfortable with having access to that kind of technology. For example, if I want to make, people say how can the U.S. have the right to have their own nuclear weapons, but they tend to be on top of Iran or North Korea The reason why I'm more comfortable with the U.S., and God knows I have several issues with the American government. But the reason why I'm more comfortable with, let's say, a lunatic like Donald Trump having access to a nuclear weapon than I would a lunatic like Kim Jong-un is because at least I know the American system, the way it's set up, for him to press that button, there has to be a unilateral acceptance of that fact by several numbers of people. And due to that reason, I'm hoping that somebody will be reasonable. A guy like Kim Jong-un would just be like, I'm pressing the button, and everybody's like, yes, Supreme Leader, let's go ahead. Do you understand that fact? It doesn't mean that one person is better than the other, but one system at least allows to be some sort of check and balance there in order to, before that decision is made. You see what I'm saying? So
I see what you're saying, but I said it also goes into dominion and power, right? So if I can have this technology, right, that I can use to keep other nations
in check, right,
then I'm not going to share that with everybody. I don't want everybody.
Of course, yeah.
So part of that is their dominance. In order for them to have that control over the world, they have to be over who can have what weaponry, what technology, etc. To some degree, right?
No, of course. That's go ahead.
And just to build off that point, that's why we have a lot of espionage that goes on, where people go into other people's countries trying to act like regular civilians, working up the government, trying to access the technology, the latest technology. And we see that so evident with the relationship with Israel and Iran today, where Netanyahu had presented the fact that, hey, despite the nuclear sanctions we put on these guys, on Iran, they've still been ramping up a lot of the technology, and up until now they've been saying, look at North Korea, they've been collecting plutonium. How do you think they get the latest missiles, the research?
Right.
It's through trade relations and espionage.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is that there's no new thing under the sun. So everything that we see today is nothing new back then. And just like how we mentioned about the city of Atlantis, how we keep looking back for this city, why do we have such a curiosity for these things? And even just ancient civilizations like Egypt, or even the the pyramids found in
Even
South
Giza, Pyramid of Giza.
Exactly.
Right.
And
Unable to explain.
Even to this day, you see high officials, government people walking into Egypt with the Queen Elizabeth, walking to Egypt, looking for answers, looking for something. For what reason? Because even to this day, they can't prove how those pyramids were built. They can't prove why there's erosion caused by water. They can't prove what the purpose of this was, why it's in line with the stars.
But that's
and all
but
these
see
things.
again. See, there is nothing wrong with that though. See, here is where the disconnect happens for me, right?
Okay.
I'm okay not knowing or not knowing yet. The problem is in conversations like these is when people start throwing stamps or giving answers that are not backed by sufficient evidence, like aliens.
I agree.
Built
I
the
agree with
pyramids,
you saying.
right?
We should have
So-
brought the records
Right.
back.
No, it's not even just that. Like, let's talk about like, okay, when people say like, oh, for example, there is this theory that aliens built the pyramids because they were using them as some sort of pump to harness energy from the earth or whatever it is. Okay, let's unpack that theory. Now, do I believe that aliens exist? I've never seen an alien a day in my life, but here's what I know: this cosmos is far too vast and far too complex for the only source of life to be a set of primates on a tiny little planet on a cosmos that big. So, mathematically speaking, the possibility of other life, yes, absolutely. Now, do I believe that they got inside of saucers and flew here and built pyramids? There is nothing that indicates that that is a fact. The problem is when you stamp an answer and then you just dilute it into this idea of, faith or, God, and therefore it cannot be questioned or it cannot be dissected. That's where it becomes dangerous because one, the moment you step down answer, is some very smart people stop looking because the answer has been given. And that's why I said that we're much better off as a more what's the word that I'm looking for? As a less religious society, I guess, quote unquote, than we are with a more religious society, because what science gives you is the ability to be able to dissect the propositions put in front of you over and over and over again. Right? Like being able to be subjected to... See, science is the only game where you gain points for even being wrong. The thing with religion is the one thing that it stamps on is it's the word of God, is the perfect God, it cannot be changed. This is what is, there is nothing new under the sun. And you understand how dangerous that makes this whole entire thing, because when everything is said and that there is no further to go up, that stops the growing of the species, which is entire evolution within itself, and eventually a clash ends up happening. Right?
Well, I would say everything in terms of that I need to know in terms of this path, the operations of the suns, the element, the stars, etc. I can find within the Hebrew records. So therefore, I don't need scientists' theories on, for instance, the Big Bang Theory, which no one has proved. Right? How stars are, what stars are composed of.
But that it has the Big Bang has.
But hold on, no one has been able to do, because science is backed on the fact that you're able to duplicate a result, right? So I'm saying nobody has been able to create a star yet. So I'm saying, how do they know what a star consists of?
But the molecularization of hydrogen is a thing that could be reproduced in a lab. That's where the...
But I'm saying, if they could have created a star, they probably would have already.
No, okay, again.
Okay, that's
a wild thing. Okay,
but I'm just saying.
Okay, so the same thing that I can say.
Science,
okay, I can also say that if talking snakes were real, I would have ran into one already.
Well,
no,
isn't it the same situation that we're running into right now?
No, I disagree. Right?
No, think about it. But how does that contradict what you just said?
Because let me tell you why. Because the Bible tells us, right, that when Adam and Eve sinned, the animals itself also received a curse, where they were no longer allowed to communicate. So it gives us a time period when that
who was no longer allowed to communicate?
Remember I said in the beginning, right? How when all creation was made, there was one language, right?
Right.
Now when Adam was able to name all creation, giving them all names and whatnot, right? Now I'm saying when Adam ate from that tree of good and evil, all creation received some damaging effect of that. Right? Now, when you go Revelations Let's go Revelations 11, because it tells you in the Bible that even creation itself is waiting for the restoration of the children of God. Because once we are restored, the curse that was set in the beginning when Adam fell from the garden, that will be reversed, right? Revelations 11, and you go down a little.
Listen,
But go on.
Listen.
Why they find that?
See, like I find it quite convenient that somewhere somehow the setup is that way. That so what? So let me just make sure I understand. So you're telling me that when Adam and Eve were ousted from, or were evicted from the Garden of Eden, now all of a sudden, like what? Snakes could no longer talk, or they have to have their own language as punishment for.
Let's get the part where it says the manifestation.
Book
Go on.
of Romans chapter 8 and verse 21. Because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God.
Right? So the creatures itself shall be delivered from the corruption. Right? So that corruption came in once Adam and Eve corrupted themselves by eating from that tree of good and evil.
More. For we know that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together until now. And not only this, but ourselves also, which have the first fruits of the Spirit.
Right? So everyone who has this understanding of what happened in the beginning, we're waiting for the Most High to undo the curse that happened coming from Adam and Eve.
But why would a no-loving God, right, that created you, with... the claim that is being put forward by the Bible is there is no love stronger than the love God has for you, right? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah.
Is that not right?
So
why?
Again?
Like no. Just obviously I'm paraphrasing what's being said here, but the idea is the fact that God's love for His children is the strongest possible, reflection of that feeling, right? The feeling of love itself. Like there is no love greater than the love God has for His children. Correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So, do I have children? No, I don't. I don't. Right. So my question is this all-knowing, all-creating God creates these two sets of people, puts them in this place, where they're meant to live a life of exuberant happiness and so on and so forth. But then in this entire scenario interjects in the serpent, who according to his theory, he probably created himself as well, right?
The serpent?
The serpent was all creating God, obviously. If you said let there be light, I'm assuming that Satan was not there before light.
Yeah, he was created.
He was created as well. So he creates this thing that is going to tempt all these loving children. Sets them off, creates, gives them all kinds of things, but then puts this tree that they cannot eat from, well knowing that he did not create them with enough willpower to be able to resist that, and still punishes them for doing things that he knew ahead of time they were going to do. I'm sorry, this just it contradicts itself with it. Like to me, it's either it contradicts itself, or if it did it on purpose, that's a very, very evil God then at that point, because why do that on purpose knowing that these people will not have either the faculty to resist or the ability to be able to say no? Because if you had created them as the perfect beings that you claim to have created them as, they would have been able to resist that temptation and so on and so forth. So why put those people in that situation?
All right, we'll get that. You got the free will in Sirach?
Yeah.
Let's get that. I'm gonna answer that question, but I want to.
This is the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 15, verse 11. Say not thou, it is through the Lord that I fell away, for thou oughtest not to do the things that he hateth. Say not thou, he has caused me to err, for he has no need of a sinful man. The Lord hateth all abomination, and they that fear the Lord love it not. He himself made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his counsel. If thou will, to keep the commandments, and to perform acceptable faithfulness. He has set fire and water before thee. Stretch forth thy hand unto whither thou wilt. Before man is life and death, and whether him liketh shall be given him. For the wisdom of the Lord is great, and he is mighty in power, and beholdeth all things.
Right.
And his eye.
We got more there.
Yeah. Verse 20. He has commanded no man to do wickedly, neither has he given any man license to sin.
All right. So a key point, just to bring why he had, in order for that to happen, right? Now, if the Most High didn't allow, because he allowed, he didn't make them happen. He allowed, for instance, when Satan fell, Satan had free will to either obey him or worship his creation. He chose to rebel, so he fell. Now, Adam was given the same choice.
No, but see, again, you're missing my point.
No, but I'm showing your point, because you're saying, why would he allow the tree to be there?
Because an all-knowing being should have known that Satan would not have been strong enough, because the moral fortitude with which Satan was, quote-unquote, within Satan's fabric, he should have known that an all-knowing God, assuming that, such a being exists, will know for a fact that creation of his will not be morally fortified enough to be able to resist whatever temptation you throw in their way. So you continuing and then punishing him, because him not being able to resist is your shortcoming. You created him. You created him with not enough strength and enough fortitude to be able to resist. Because if you wanted him not to fall to temptation, you would have made him in a way that would be able to, hey, you know what? I'm going to make him in a way that is that will not allow any permeance of temptation.
But then how do I know?
But you decided not to, so that means
on.
you're some sort of evil genius that is, you know what I mean?
I just want to say something what you said. I'm going to read this verse and I'm going to say something. This is Sirach 15 verse 14. He says, he himself made man from the beginning and left him in the hand of his own counsel. Now, when we look at Genesis verse 1, it says that the Most High made man in his own image and his likeness. The same way how the Most High has the ability to do good and evil, he gave us that same understanding, that same likeness to be able to choose what we wish to choose. In this verse right here, it says that he left us in our own counsel. So we were given the same ability that the Most High has to choose where we want to stretch our hand forth. And we're going to bring out where that tree came from, because the Most High never planted that tree as
right.
well.
But also, too, a key point, right? If I set up everything perfectly, right, and didn't leave you with the opportunity to choose me or choose whatever I left, how do I know you love me?
But you should know. You're all-knowing.
But
you created me. You should know if I love you or not.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the Most High didn't create his image to be robots. You see what I'm saying? He created us to genuinely love him. So for instance, all of us, we got girls or wives, right? Now, I got a standard on how my wife needs to love me. Same way how she has a standard on how she should love her. How I should love her, right? So I'm saying, should not the Most High have a standard on how his people should love her?
But then that defies the logic of him being an all-knowing. See, when we talk about an all-knowing, all-loving being,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And we talk about things like jealousy or, feeling not loved. Those are human feelings. Okay, so he created you in his image. So he should know that he himself, if he created me in his image, he should know his own weaknesses. But I know knowing that you're not going to look at me in the eye and tell me that you love me beyond all else when you're punishing me for weaknesses that you yourself reflect. You see what I'm saying here? Because if you really love me, you should have known that I was not strong enough to be in the same, perimeter as this talking snake. Or you should have known that by you exposing me to that tree or bringing it to my knowledge, I would not have been strong enough to resist it. But you still exposed me to it, knowing that I would not resist it, and you still punish me for it.
See, this is the reasoning that you're bringing that I can't quite put a finger on or understand. It's like this. You got a father, right? You grew up with parents?
Right.
So he told you not to touch the stove.
Right.
Because it's burning hot.
Right.
He instructed you because he loved you.
Right.
But you didn't hearken to him, and you touched the stove and you got burnt, and you learned your lesson after, didn't you? It's the same thing here. It's the same thing. And you can't say, well, my father didn't love me enough, so he should have stopped me from touching the stove and I burnt my finger because of it. Because at that, you should just get the stove out of the way because you're pointing fingers at that point in time. But the fact of the matter is, well, He didn't intend for you to get burned, so he genuinely loved you. And
But he also knew that when I was, cause see, okay, if you have that, what's the reason why when you have a kid that is under 14, you need to hire a babysitter? Because you know that if you live your kid to their own denominations, they're gonna go ahead and touch that stove. That's why legally you're not even allowed to leave your kid by themselves until they turn a certain age. You see what I'm saying? So by you using that analogy, it's like saying, hey, you told your kid who's 3 years old not to touch the stove, and then you left him in the house by himself, and you're expecting him. Because as a parent, the reason why you hire a babysitter is because regardless of how many times you told that kid not to touch the stove, you are still have to make sure that you keep an eye on him, because he's not mentally evolved enough to be able to listen to what you're saying. And that's what love is. You know what I mean?
I think you're making too many excuses for yourself then, because in that regard.
No, but answer my question at that point. Why is it your dad told you not to touch the stove? Did he leave you alone with the stove when you were 2 or 3 years old, or you were not old enough to be able to process that kind of information?
But the thing is, Adam was given a helpmate to begin with, Eve, right? Just to support him in his walk. And not only that, but he was given everything. And he wasn't just a boy. He wasn't just a kid. He was a man who can think and feel for himself and choose his own decisions.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Because the Most High told Adam everything he needed to do.
Yes, sir.
So Adam knew what the do's and don'ts, right? Now Adam wasn't a little baby crawling around and whatnot. He knew the do's and don'ts of the garden, right?
Yes, but an all-knowing being should have known that he's still, okay, are we saying that God did not foresee Eve falling to the temptation of the serpent, or Adam,
But I'm saying, yes, the Most
so
High,
he did, but he still moved ahead.
Listen, I'm not going to take away that he's an all-seeing God, right? Because there's things, he told us everything that we're doing right now, we would do before we even did it. But what you have to understand is that the Most High had to allow us, or Adam, to go through the motions in order to bring the glory at the end back to him. So the sin came in through Adam. Through Christ now, the same sin that plagued all mankind would now be, what's the word that I'm looking? Would now be redeemed through Christ. So the Most High allowed Adam's fall, his children, Cain and Abel, Seth, all of that to play out in order for at the end of it to bring back glory to him. So as you're saying, so for instance, you already got burned on the stove now. Right? Now because of that, you're going to have to heal. There's a punishment time period, whatever. But when it's all said and done, you're going to understand why I was telling you what I was telling you in the beginning. Because you not listening to what I was telling you.
But you don't. But that's not how parenting works. You don't tell your kid not to touch the stove, and then you're like, hey, in order for them to learn, I'm going to leave them around the stove with no supervision so they can learn their lesson. That is not how true loving parenting works.
But at the same time, there comes a time where a parent has to allow that child to have some independency.
Okay, yes, but when you know they are evolved, that they know enough to be able to, and an all-knowing being would know when their creation knows enough, or is old enough, or is mature enough to be able to process that kind of information, regardless of the fact wherever shortcomings happened. Adam and Eve were not, spiritually evolved or knowing enough to be able to resist that temptation. And the matter of fact is, the creator of these beings knew before they even took a bite of that fruit that they were not evolved enough. But he still carried on with this scientific experiment or whatever this is, thinking that some way, somehow, a different answer will come about.
Well, I mean,
did God not know then? Is that what we're going to assume, that God did not know? That is the one thing that this all-knowing being did not know, that these creations were not knowledgeable enough or evolved enough to resist that serpent that he put in that mix? Like, did he not know?
I just want to say something. So I just got a question for you real quick. When someone says, I left someone in the hand of their own counsel, what does that mean to you?
That means, I give him the freedom to make a decision.
There you go. So it tells you right here that the Most High gave Adam into the hand of his own counsel. Now, let me finish. So now we see even Lucifer, one of the sons of God, or one of the angels of the Most High, had the opportunity to choose both good and evil. This transcends just a so-called man that was formed out of the ground. This is the heavenly realm. The Most High created us in his own image and his own likeness. People look over that. The Most High has the ability to do good and evil. Isaiah 45 verse 7. So the same way how the Most High can choose literally to do whatever he wants to do, he gave us that same power. The Most High does not get in the way of free will, because the Most High said we were made in his image.
But then that longer makes him God, though. Then
let me finish.
Makes him God, because the whole point of him being God is the fact that he is better dispositioned than I am. Then why am I praying to a God that has the same weaknesses and same shortcomings?
No, we're not saying he has the same weaknesses. But what
you're saying that he has the ability. You just said, and I quote you, he has the ability to do evil and do good. Correct?
We were created
in his image.
Right. So if I create something, who's better? The creature, or the creator?
Right,
the creator.
Okay,
So hold up. So my point is, you can't say, "Oh, how we're the same." No, I created you. I made you. I made everything about you. Therefore, I'm over you. You are under me. So that's the point of that. Now, the Most High said He gave us free will. Free will to do whatever we choose. Now, the Most High already knew, because He gave us free will and He gave man dominion on the earth. Dominion means that this is yours. You do what you know is right here. As a father, He knew. He saw that we were not going to choose. He already gave us that free will. The Most High doesn't lie and He doesn't change. So He has to obey His word that He said. He gave us free dominion and free will. We chose to do wickedly. So the Most High already made a construct to bring us back to Him. That's where Christ comes in. So that's what we're saying. So to say that, this all-knowing God, He already knew, but He gave man dominion from the beginning.
But
and we chose, let me finish. Right. We chose to do wickedly. He told us the do's and the don'ts, and He told us, if you do this, you will have destruction upon you. So we had that understanding from the beginning. Okay, the Most High set up clear judgments, clear laws for us. If we do this, this is going to happen. If we don't do this, this is going to happen. And we chose by ourselves to do that, because we had the dominion to choose and to do what we will. The same way how the Most High has dominion in heaven, He gave us dominion on earth. Therefore, He cannot intervene with our decisions, but He can choose to bring us back to Him, even though we have done so wickedly against Him.
But then that fails because see, now you understand how that crumbles the whole concept of not only an all-knowing but an all-loving God. If you know that your free will that you gave me is not going to be enough, and you put the temptations in front of me that are going to test. No, of course, yes, no. That serpent was created by the Most High. The serpent did not create himself, correct? Right? But he introduces that serpent into the mix. See, here's the thing, right?
But hold on.
Let me finish. Okay, so you create these two sets of people, right? You know the exact amount of free will that you give them, that they can use to be able to resist temptation, to sin, and so on and so forth. You know, because you created them. You know how much you put in them, and then you put this serpent in this equation, or whatever level of temptation they're putting in this equation, well knowing, because you are an all-knowing God, well knowing that the level of free will that you gave these people just isn't enough. So it's either you knew it, or there was some sort of glitch in the design, then that betrays an all-knowing God, or you knew that wasn't going to be enough, and you knew what the results were going to be, and you're getting some sort of joy out of banishing people out of the Garden of Eden, which now completely brings a whole new set of questions within itself. Because to me, I'm not understanding why you have these creations there, well knowing that they're not going to be able to resist the temptation of the serpent, and still let this whole thing unfold. As an all-knowing God, that means you knew what was going to happen. You let it happen because there was some sort of twisted pleasure that you're getting out of it, or whatever it is. Because I'm not understanding it.
Go on.
So,
you got something there? Go on.
To some points, I do agree with you there. Yeah. And the only reason is because He did care enough, and that's why He actually instructed Adam not to touch it, knowing that He didn't even put that tree there to begin with. And I'm going to get that right here, because just not too long ago, we were going into the book of life of Adam and Eve as to what happened prior to the garden.
Right.
We talked about how Lucifer fell from the heavens, and why his mission is to take down man continually. So this is what it is. So this is the book of 3rd Baruch, chapter 4, verse 8. And I said, I pray you, show me which is the tree which caused Adam to astray. And the angel said, it is the vine which the angel Samael, also known as Satan, planted, by which the Lord God became angered, and he cursed him and his plantling. For this reason he did not permit Adam to touch it. And because of this, the devil became envious and tricked him by means of his vine.
Thank you. Right? So that's exactly what I was going to say. The fact that Satan, through cunning craftiness, tricked the serpent to help him trick the woman so that they can fall from their glory. Because when Satan fell from the heavens, he saw Adam and Eve in their glory in Garden of Eden in paradise. And because he saw them in their glory and thinking it was because of them I was kicked out of my glory, now I need to get them kicked out of their glory.
Right. So again, but see, again, that does not address the point that I'm saying. Is for Satan to be in the same vicinity as Adam and Eve, right? And have these these feelings of resentment, which, by the way, according to the theory of an all-creating God, those feelings and that con artistry and so on and so forth, those were also traits given to him by this all-knowing God, correct? Right? To do what? To do good and do evil, right?
To do good or to do evil?
Or to do evil, right? So again, the theory of an all-knowing God, the proposition of an all-knowing God states the fact that by these two being in the same vicinities, and God knowing how much power to be able to corrupt he has given Satan, and how much free will he had given these people, and now knowing God would have known that would have been a clash that was not going to result in these people coming up on top. Because
that's not true. Because
if he had created them with enough free will, they would have resisted that temptation.
But that's not true, because when Adam and Eve ate that tree, they yielded their power to Satan.
Yes.
So they
but
had
why would
power,
they do that?
Right.
They
had power,
but not
over
enough.
Satan.
But not
No.
enough.
No. They did have power, but they, rather than listening to the Most High,
right,
through listening to the Most High, they would have retained that power. Right. They chose not to listen.
But why is it that they didn't listen? Is it because was it a faulty construction? Was it the fact that maybe the Most High was not that clear? What was it? Because regardless of anything, these beings that are resulting from an all-knowing, all-loving God that is responsible for this perfect creation should have known. He should have known that in the premise of this serpent, they were not going to be able to hold, the doors were not going to be able to hold. Right? But regardless of anything, he let this thing unfold. So is that an all-knowing, all-loving God? Because, see, listen, if I created that being, I know how much pressure it can take. I know how much pressure this chair can take. Right? If you try to sit a 620-pound truck, it doesn't matter how great this chair is, it's going to collapse. You understand? So I know how much pressure this chair can take. So if I put more pressure on the chair than I know that it can take, and the chair collapse, I'm not going to blame the chair. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to blame the chair. So how do you reconcile that? How do you blame the chair for taking on more pressure than you built it to be able to contain?
All right. I'm going to, because I kind of understand where you're going with that and whatnot, but I'm saying human beings are more complex than a chair.
That's why we have an all-knowing being. That's why Adam was not created by Paul. That's why Adam was not created by Paul. But see, if we're going to talk about an all-knowing being, a loving being that is beyond this realm, yes. If we're talking about human beings, yes, then that's a different conversation. But the idea,
right? So hold on. So all of us, like for instance,
right,
the subconscious, we'll just use subconscious for lack of a better word,
right?
Gives us the understanding of what's right, what's wrong morally. Like for instance, we know murder.
Right.
Most cases, most people say that's wrong.
Right.
Right. Cheating on your wife.
Right.
We know it's wrong, even though you're doing it. Right. What I mean, but I'm just.
This guy had to clear it out because the wife might be listening. It's like just in case you listen.
Hold on. But you see what I'm saying? Right. We know that it's wrong. Right. But yet, even though we know that it's wrong, we know that's not right. There's still a side of what that still does what we know is wrong, and we still justify to make it right, so to speak.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I'm saying Adam knew that tree should have stayed away from, right? So his wife, right? And when you read the context, it says she looked at the tree and saw that it started to look good, that it was pleasing to the eye.
Right.
So same way, for instance, for us, when we do the things contrary that we know we shouldn't be doing, it usually starts off by the lust of the eyes.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So her lust for the eyes, seeing the tree,
Right.
A case now, the serpent's enticing her now, and now she's looking at the tree and saying, it's like when you're ready saying to you, yo, you see that girl there? You weren't looking at her before.
Right.
Now you're looking at her and you're saying, yeah, yo, she's. You know what I mean?
bad, yeah.
So now you're enticed now to
Right.
commit something that was contrary to what you know is.
And I'm not denying.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not denying that point. You and I agree completely and totally. Yes, in the face of temptation, more times than necessary, human beings tend to quiver in that aspect. But
Yeah.
when you throw in the mix the
Yeah.
idea of God,
Yeah.
right? This being that is responsible for the creation and also, quote unquote, the torment of these beings because they did not obey his laws, then the conversation is completely different. If your homeboy, like you use the idea of your parents telling you that not to touch the stove, right? If your mom tells you don't touch the stove, then she turns around and she tells your older brother, like, yo, go tell him to touch the stove. Go ahead and tell him. And then your older brother comes to you and convinces you to touch the stove. Your mom is at fault. Your mom is an evil person, correct, in that aspect. If your mom tells you, hey, don't touch the stove, but then she sends you somebody to convince you to touch the stove, right? Isn't there a problem with that parenting style right there?
The Most High never sent Satan to plant that in the midst.
No, but he created him, correct?
Well, the Most High created everything.
Yes, he created Satan.
And Satan rebelled himself.
Yes, and he knew Satan. He knew what's in the mind of Satan. He knew what's in the hearts of Satan. Do we agree that God can see what's in your heart? Right?
Yeah.
Can God see what's in your heart? So God knew that Satan was harboring some resentment towards these beings that he felt were responsible for.
So hold on.
Right?
So since he knew Satan would have most likely rebelled against him, you're saying he should have prevented that.
Yes, sir. Of course.
So
because
hold on.
Listen, if I have a kid, if that's my child,
That's
and I
pre-crime.
know,
That's pre-crime.
Oh no! See, listen. If I tell you not to touch the stove, but I know your brother has been convincing you to try and touch the stove. I will intervene to talk to your brother and be like, hey, stop telling your little brother to touch the stove. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like that is just the general way that this thing should have went. But see, if you have this being in the mix and you know that this being harbors resentment, you know that this being is going to corrupt these other beings that you created, and for a fact that you know that these beings that you created don't have enough willpower to be able to resist the advancements of this other being that you know is going to corrupt them, why allow this situation to go on and then punish them as a result? Because you knew how much willpower you gave them. You knew the possibility that Satan had to corrupt. Why allow for this whole thing to unfold and then punish them as a consequence and their descendants? You see how the disconnect happens.
No, I see
here.
the disconnect, but I'm saying you cannot say that the Most High didn't give Adam. Okay, you know what? I'm not even going to attack that, right? What I am going to attack, though, is the fact that the Most High had to allow them to go through the motions. So, for instance, he could not stop Satan before Satan did the crime. You see what I'm saying? Same way how he couldn't punish or stop Adam from or intervened in that situation, because, as I said, it goes back to obedience. Whether or not will we hearken unto his word, or will we fall to the snares and the craftiness of Satan? It's the same choice.
But he knew we were going to fall to Satan because he knew our willpower was not strong enough. He knew that.
Look, there is some, when we look at the Bible, there's some that actually died with the Most High with a perfect heart. Enoch was translated into the heavens. So there was some that had the ability to, coming from Adam, to overcome all the cunningness of the devil. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is that the Most High gave all man the ability to overcome all the cunningness of this world, right? But it comes down to us willing to fight that battle, willing to take up, that
Take on the
cause
fight.
fighter, fight that battle, so to speak, right?
Right.
And if I may add, it tells you in Genesis 1 verse 26 that the Most High gave dominion to Adam over the earth. Therefore, he is the ruler of that earth as a man. And the Most High said, again, we bring it back, the Most High put Adam in the hand of his own counsel. And again, he made Adam in his likeness to be able to do good and evil. So that dominion, that power was given to Adam to choose what he wants to do.
Right.
That needs to be established because you
But
keep saying how would the all-loving God, knowing everything, let something like that happen? He gave him the dominion. He knew after he was created, he could foresee what he was going to do. After he created him, he foresaw what he was going to do, but that he can't go back on his word. The Most High is a God that changes, and he doesn't lie. He already gave his child dominion. So now that he's created, he sees, okay, this man's going to be so and so and so forth. Now he has to start making remedies and say, okay, what am I going to do for him in the future? That's where Christ comes in.
See, okay. And then, let me maybe clarify. Okay, so I guess the facts behind my reasoning is the fact that I believe that all that you are in life as a person is a combination of two things, right? Nature and nurture, right? Your genetics and your environment, right? When you couple those things together, you can actually be able to trace somebody's decision-making process, right? For example,
it plays a factor.
Right? No, of course, no. It's everything. If let's say, for example, I had, let's say, if I had a certain set of genetics, if I was a descendant of this, long lineage of warriors, and I grew up, let's say, for example, before I came to Canada, I was a child soldier in the Congo. There is certain ways I react to certain reaction, right? Like if, let's say, a situation unfolds where I have to, like engage in some sort of physical altercation, I am more than likely to be able to jump the gun as, let's say, to somebody who may not have been exposed to that environment, and so on and so forth. Do we agree on that, right? So the example that you just used about certain people or certain individuals in the Bible who are able to resist the temptation and die with the Most High, quote unquote, you also have to look at, hey, when was this? How long had they been exposed to, quote unquote, the teachings and so on and so forth? How much more did they know? There is a reason why we don't stone people at their doorstep anymore. It's because through space and time, we have come to realize that practice is no longer something that is acceptable.
But some of these people that I'm actually talking about were
right
during the story, during when the wife was brought up.
Here's the point that I'm trying to make. I just don't see how an all-loving being would let a situation like this unfold. Because yes, you can tell me, yes, he gave you dominion over the earth and he gave you the ability to do this, but he also knows what your limitations are. Again, to use the example of, this chair, right? There is a certain amount, like no matter how good the chair and solid the chair looks, I know there is a certain finite amount of pressure that the chair can take.
All right.
Anything above that, the chair collapses.
All right.
So if I expose more pressure to the chair than it can handle, who is at fault here? Is it the chair because the chair had dominion over its weight and how much it can carry? I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
No, let's start around this chair thing. Let's start.
Right.
Now, so you're saying basically the chair was built for a specific weight,
X amount of weight and pressure.
More pressure on it, it's bound to collapse.
Right.
Now, let's equate that to man, spirituality, and whatnot, right?
Right.
Now, the Most High knew of our shortcomings, basically. Knew that, we're sinful flesh.
Right.
Based on all the craftiness that the adversary is doing,
right,
it's going to be a hard job.
And he knew how much you could take.
And he knew how much he could take. So what he did is at the end of it, like I'm going to say New Testament, he sent Christ now to give us this period that.
Let's stick to that episode in the Garden of Eden. That specific episode where these people are put in a situation where they're tempted by the serpent to go against the word of the Most High. It's either there was an error in judgment where the Most High was like, I think they can take it. Then that takes away from the fact that he's all-knowing, or he knew what was going to unfold, and he still let it ongoing, which takes away from the fact that he's all-loving. Regardless of anything, there is a disconnect here that happens. And either way, the argument does not work in the favor of your theory or something.
All right. Now, what I want to show in the Targum, we don't have it, huh? Let's go to Genesis. Let's see what the Most High said. The reason why I'm saying, right? Because the Most High did give them a defense to fight against the serpent. So the Most High said in the garden, based on you guys, your disobedience, Eve, for hearkening onto the serpent, I'm going to put a war between the woman's seed and the serpent's seed. So there'll be a war throughout the earth between the chosen people and Satan's chosen people. So in order for the chosen people to overcome Satan, who Satan's using, they would have to keep the law. Now once they broke the law, the serpent seed would have dominion and power to destroy them. So what the Most High gave us to fight this battle, this spiritual battle, was his law. Right? So what Satan did, he set up a construct now that by default would get the people who are under that law, who need that law to the fight against the serpent, he would make a society where they would break that law, not even knowing. So for instance, we are people, like the people in the Bible had to keep the Sabbath day. Well, you know what Satan said? He said, okay, you know what? We're going to make the Sabbath Sunday, and we're going to put all the parties, all the, promotions, all that on Saturday, because God's people shouldn't be shopping on Saturday. That's the Sabbath. You see what I'm saying? So he set up a contract that makes us constantly at war or fighting against our God.
If I may add as well, the Most High equipped us with this Holy Spirit. He gave us more than enough strength that we needed to overcome any wiles or any situation that we were dealing with. It tells you in Proverbs 8 and verse 23 that the Most High set up the Holy Spirit or wisdom from the very beginning. So again, this goes back to our free choice, our free will to choose wickedness. The Most High gave us everything that we could have had to choose righteousness and to thrive on
But
the
clearly not, though. See, that is clearly not, like that whole point contradicts itself. Because again, if he had given you all that you need, because I don't think Adam and Eve wanted to get kicked out of the Garden of Eden. I don't think that was on their.
That's like, hold on. Let's say you have a son, right? And your parents are very rich, very wealthy. Your parents own multi-billion-dollar businesses, multi-million-dollar businesses, and they give it all to you. But instead of taking up those businesses, you choose to start binging on cocaine, binging on prostitutes, doing certain other crimes, and you get locked up, and all your wealth gets taken away from you. Whose fault is that?
Of course it is your fault.
Okay, so it's the same thing. We inherited everything, and we chose the wickedness because, again, we were given dominion. We were given all power over the wealth that we were given.
Yes, you're given power over you're given dominion over the wealth that you're given. But again, all that you are is, there is a lot that goes deeper into that. There is your circumstances. If you grow up, as a rich kid who has no appreciation of the struggle that your parents had to go through and everything was handed to you, of course you are more like, it doesn't matter how much free will you have, your circumstances point you in a direction that may see you, binging on cocaine and hiring prostitutes, because you don't just have that view of the struggle that had to go into it, so you have little appreciation for it. It's not because,
But it goes back into what I said, how Satan said, okay, in order for me to keep these people who have the ability to take me and those that I set up, I gotta build this prison for them. Sorry. I lost my point here.
Right. Okay. No, but just to address what you just said, right? Like using that analogy of...
Because you said something, I just wanted to, because I said something, then you said something, I want to reply back. To say that, using circumstances in that case, so let's say that guy had a full respect of what his parents went through. Because we have multiple people in the hoods, in the ghettos and whatnot, that saw the struggle, that saw everything that they went through. And let's say they became rappers, and they have millions of dollars, multi-million-dollar contracts, and they're still doing certain evil practices. So to say that, that's not equatable, that's incorrect, because it still happens where people can have all the great circumstances, and for whatever reason, that person chooses to go off in a certain path.
Yeah, but that can be traced. You can either trace it in the genetics. Yes, you can either trace in the genetics. For example, alcoholism, 98% of the time, is something that you inherit on a genetic standpoint from your parents. If your mom and dad were alcoholics, you have a higher chance to become an alcoholic yourself. As a question of genetics, that can be traced. It's not something that is somehow covered in mystery, and there is a science behind that where you can trace and be like, okay, this person became a drug addict because X and Y and Z. You can either trace it in their genetics or their circumstances. It's not some esoteric notion that is out there, clocked in mystery and so on and so forth.
Going back to that thing, 'cause I remember now, we're talking about the whole construct, right? Now, one of the things that we're not looking in is, for instance, how did these things get into community? That was part of Satan's social engineering for these people. Right? So if you look at, for instance, when drugs came into community, what was happening before that? You had the Malcolm X's, you had the Black Panther movement. So we had self-awareness, and we were trying to do things to better our community. Right?
Exactly.
Now they said, okay, hold on. They said, okay, you know what? How do we stop the black leaders that were coming from those generations and whatnot? They decided to introduce drugs, cocaine, alcohol, guns, and all those things into the community to do what? To demoralize the people. We're no longer talking about civil rights and whatnot. All we're trying to do now as the people is get rich. So I'm saying the social engineering helped to develop the circumstances that we are in.
But the social, yes. Look, do I agree on the fact that the introduction of cocaine, especially in the urban community, a part of it was some sort of design between the Contras and the CIA and so on and so forth, of course. But when you start throwing stamps around like the responsible party, some serpent out there that has some sort of social engineering, when you start using words like Satan, you're taking away from the core of the problem, because now people no longer feel like they're responsible for these kinds of things. What were drugs introduced?
People are responsible.
But people are responsible. But to say that the reason why people are responsible, you use the word Satan's social engineering.
Okay, let's be more
I'm sorry,
direct.
That is just a lot. That is right. Like when you throw a stamp like that, like you telling me that the serpent that fell from the heavens is now out here introducing crack cocaine into the black community. I'm sorry, bro.
Okay.
I just have a hard time.
I see what you're saying.
Right.
Get for me Revelations 2:9, right? Because what you're not understanding that I'm trying to say is that I'm saying there's a people. So, for instance, when we look at the CIA fractions and all those things, all those people that were involved with that, I'm saying they got their information from somebody. So they're bringing forth his agenda on the main.
Yes, I believe you. But are we gonna say that that's Satan? Like Satan is responsible?
You're familiar. You're familiar with the Bohemian Grove, right? Now, why did they go to the Bohemian Grove? What do they do there?
I know it's there, but I'm not gonna assume because I just don't know. To say that.
But I'm saying you could go on YouTube. Hopefully YouTube didn't take them down yet because they're trying to censor everything.
There was that video. Are you talking about the Alex Jones documentary where he tries to?
Alex Jones video when he went to the island. Right. They were doing sacrifices there, and they were listening to the voice coming from who? That the same owl that they were worshiping. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Listen. It's the same thing that when we talk about human sacrifice. Okay, look. See, Catholics all across the world today got together in a room, said some fancy words on a piece of cracker and called it the body of a 3rd century carpenter, okay? And we call that normal. If I take a set of pancakes and I call them the body of Elvis, everybody's gonna say that I'm crazy, okay? Look, we all have our own ways that we throw things around. Why is it that saying some Latin words on a cracker somehow validates them as the body of Christ, but if I say words on a stack of pancakes, it's now the body of Elvis? If they want to pray to a now, mazel tov, go ahead, do whatever you want. But to say, because see, once you start throwing esoteric concepts and notions onto things, it takes away from any solutions that you can find, because people are no longer responsible.
When you guys find the report with Hillary Clinton doing spell cooking, right? So why are you? Hold on. I'm saying because, for instance, we're not in tune with some information. They have. We can say those that run the world they have information that is not given to the masses. Huh? Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. So
now,
go ahead. Yeah.
Now, if the people who run the world, the people that are in these presidents and these elect positions, are doing spirit cooking and all types of summoning of demons to get information, Why are they doing it? They believe in it.
So they believe in it just the same way that you believe that a first century carpenter is the son of God.
But hold on,
it's
but
the
I'm
same
saying
way. Like
the same
there
people,
are people
hold on.
who believe.
The same people that believe in this are the same people that are funding or not funding, but believe in the same science that you're backing.
No,
So
that's not. There is nowhere in science where spirit cooking is a thing. And if you believe in spirit cooking, that's what they're hiding in the mountains.
No.
That's what they're hiding in the
What
mountains.
I'm saying, no one in that position who's doing the spirit cooking and whatnot,
Right.
is gonna come out and say, you know what, science is foolishness. You see what I'm saying? So
of course not.
But I'm saying there's information that they know about the spiritual realm because they must be doing these things for a purpose. So there's an understanding that they have about the spiritual world,
right,
and getting information from the spiritual world that they're not making known to the masses.
Maybe because it's the same way that if somebody, like, I'm sure there's people who believe in Poseidon out there. If somebody walked into this room and started talking about believing in Poseidon, why is it that you don't see them gathering out? Because the moment you claim to believe in Poseidon, there is immediate consequences to what you're saying. If you say it on a first date, you're definitely not going to get a second date. If you say it in public, people will laugh you out of the room because that is a general conception. And I feel like Poseidon was the god of the sea in the ancient Greeks. And I promise you that at that time when Poseidon was at his heyday, there were people who believed in him just as hard as you believe in Jesus.
But you see,
and
that's social engineering.
How is that social engineering? How is there more proof? How is there more proof for Jesus than there is for Poseidon?
Let me show you why it's social engineering, right? Because the ancient world, ancient civilizations, all believed in gods and had gods and deities and all that attached to them, right?
Right.
So somewhere down the line, someone had to change that agenda, right? Now, the greatest trick Satan pulled on the world, or the greatest hoax, is to make it that he didn't exist. So in the ancient world, they knew about Baal. They knew about these gods and these deities and all these things.
And they also thought that they created floods and storms.
In order for me to create a world of disbelief, one of the one things they had to do is to make these stories that we call myths, make them stories that are not real no more. To make
which they aren't. There is no evidence whatsoever for Poseidon ever existing. There is no god of the sea or Zeus.
Mythology talks about giants, cyclops, and whatnot, right?
Right.
Now let's show them what the archaeologists found when it comes to giants. Let's pull up pictures, right? So archaeologists have found giants. So what was considered myth, we can back by archaeological evidence.
And where are you finding this information? On which websites are you finding this information? Is this a reputable website that you can go ahead?
I can show you. Let me find the book.
All right.
There's a book that you can actually find that goes through when news articles of documentations of where these things were found. And what happened? The Smithsonians tried to suppress that information from the masses. Why?
But why?
Exactly why? Because if that was the case, that would give credit to the Bible, because the Bible also talks about giants and how they were judged before the flood.
That's right.
So in order for us to discredit the Bible, all that information had to be suppressed by the Smithsonian and, you know what I mean, historians, etc., right?
And just to add on top of that, regarding the story of the
I know, right?
Regarding the story of the Exodus, you can see actually in Saudi Arabia to this day, there is a gate, the whole Mount Sinai is gated off and actually guarded, and you can be put to death for filming that ancient site. In the same place where it tells you in Exodus the Most High came down on the mountain with fire, the whole top of the mountain is blacked out, and they said that the fire that came down on that mountain, whatever it was, turned the stones into actual crystal. There's a full documentary on this. All the 12 pillars that we read about in Exodus that Moses established for the 12 tribes of Israel, they're there to this day. All the gods that we fell off worshiping, Yahweh and all these different ancient gods of the Canaanites and the Egyptians, you can see carvings on the wall next to Mount Sinai there to this day, showing the validity and archaeological proof that happened. On top of that, you can find
that God descended on the mountain of fire.
You can find Pharaoh's army's chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea to this day. That's scientific proof as well. So to say that that's equatable to Poseidon is completely wrong and an ignorant statement, because there is actual evidence showing them.
Okay, chariots
Now,
at the bottom of
hold
the
on.
sea. Do we agree that there could be other possibilities that how this chariots ended up at the bottom of the
Okay,
sea,
if-
then somehow Moses parting the Red Sea?
If-
I'm sorry.
if
there
you
was-
don't wanna-
Hold on. It's because okay, I understand.
Isolated
We're,
one thing.
we're not. But let's go back to, for instance, are you familiar with the mound builders?
The what?
The mound builders.
No, I'm not.
So if you look through the stories of North America, they found a lot of structures that were built that they couldn't explain, right? And what they understood that there was a advanced civilization that existed prior to the North Americans or the Aboriginals coming over that had different technology, different monuments, etc., right? Now they were classified as being giants, people who were tall, from the bones and stuff that they found in those areas, in those settlements, right? Now you got something there? Go on.
So let me get an article. I got an article. So this is
Hey,
actually from the
just,
New York Times.
let me vet it. Let me vet it real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah.
No, let me see.
We
Let me
need to
see.
this.
Go ahead.
So whereas a giant skeletons found cave in Mexico gives up the bones of an ancient race. So this is on Gaia.com.
But it's based off an
Come-
archive that you can
The
actually
New
get
York
from New
Times.
York Times from May 4th of 1908. You can actually go to the archives of New York Times and pull these articles out. Going to show you that these aren't.
There's more than that.
That's just
more.
that's
There's
just
so
one.
much.
Charles
There's so
DeCab, who
much.
has recently returned from Mexico, where he has been in charge of the Thomas W. Lawson's mining interests, has called the attention of Professor Agassiz to a remarkable discovery made by him. He found in Mexico a cave containing some 200 skeletons of men, each above 8 feet in height. The cave was evidently the burial place of a race of giants who antedated the Aztecs. Mr.
Right, so
Clapp
they're before those
arranged the
civilizations.
bones of one of these skeletons and found the total length to be 8 feet 11 inches. The femur reached up to his thigh, and the molars were big enough to crack a coconut.
And this is the thing, Rob. When you look at the science of the Bible, the Bible talks about a great flood. It talks about giants. And if this is true, then it'd be reasonable for me to say that there are cultures and people around this world with myths, so-called myths and folklore concerning a great flood and giants. And you find that to be the case throughout a lot of the indigenous tribes throughout the world, whether it be the Native Americans of here, the Filipinos, even the Reubenites found in Australia, even in Korea. We talk about giants, and even the pyramids that are being found in China where we can't even have access to. All these things are, but the fact of the matter is, why isn't this hitting headlines? Right?
You were okay.
So
That's fine.
going to show you that, and this goes back to the point about science and everything like that. It's like there's a huge cover-up going on, and we're just trying to shine a light on it. And just talk to some of the people when you travel the world. You find that people with folklores concerning giants are everywhere. It's not a strange phenomenon. So you got to explain to me why is that the case?
How does that, okay. Let's assume that, giant, like the theory of giants is, a palpable theory that we can put our finger on, okay? Does that some way somehow, prove your point that this, okay, because the Bible talks about giants, and therefore we find some skeletons, and therefore everything else that we see in the Bible cannot be refuted, and so on and so forth. I haven't done my research on these, quote unquote giants and so on and so forth. And to me, here's the point that I'm trying to make. I just have a hard time believing anything on insufficient evidence, right?
Yeah.
Propositions are made that yes, when we talk about, like, for example, those rich people that we talked about that go out in the mountains and they worship some sort of owl. Is there some evidence that points that something like that could be happening? Absolutely. Do I think that they're conjuring spirits in order to invade Iraq? I have a hard time believing that. And I feel like there is a lot of explanation that can showcase that people do evil things each and every single day without having to make it something esoteric and talking about a plan that has been hatched by Satan because he lost glory in heaven, and that is why, we're starving the Iranians. Like, you see, that's where, religion tends to take that far leap that goes well beyond, the square of normal reasoning. That kind of makes me question a lot of things. It's just like, okay, maybe let's say these guys go out there and they do that. But
Well, I mean, there's a list of things that we could look at just to prove the authenticity of the Bible, right? Now, the giants is just one of those things because as I said, when you look at other cultures, whether it be myths or whatnot, they talk about the existence of giants. They also talk about there was a war between the giants. We know that as the Clash of the Titans. The Bible documents these things, and not only documents these things, but actually show you and give you full detail of what was going on, why there was a judgment upon them, why those things. And as I said, we can still look through science to find claims that was this, the pyramid of Giza, was there some time where it was submerged underwater? They found water residues to show that was a pyramid before the flood. So I'm saying there's evidence, even if you want to look at science, which I don't really follow, but I'm saying you could look at the scientists to see that the very things that was said in the Bible actually really did happen and existed. Right? So the giants was one thing, because when you read Genesis chapter 6 and 1, it talks about how the sons of God came down, saw mankind, slept with mankind, and through that union of the angelical and the physical, that union brought forth giants.
But see, that's a huge claim on biology that can just not be substantiated.
But I'm saying, hold on.
You're making claim on human flight.
Yeah.
You're making claim on anthropology. Like, there's just a huge set of claims being made that just completely defy the sphere of.
Where do they get these stories from?
Listen, man, people make up stories all the time. No, like, listen, people make up stories all the time.
I'm
to
saying,
say that giant beings descended from the heavens and started having sex with women, and that's how we have these giants. Like, I'm sorry, I just have a hard time reconciling those standpoints, because there is nothing that
I can show you this in the Bible, right? But I'm saying in
Can
Greek,
you show me outside of the Bible anywhere that
that's what I want to do. So we know Greek mythology, which when to us it's Greek mythology. To the people of ancient Greek, that was their religion, their life, and all of that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying, when you look at their understanding of things, they believe themselves to be demigods. Hercules, right? The Zeus came down, slept with the woman, had children that were demigods. So I'm saying, in the ancient world, these stories exist and are known.
So just to for the listeners, I just gave Robbie my phone, just depicting pictures and hieroglyphs of giants, where in ancient Egypt, where you see one giant actually hold 3 men by their hair, and other hieroglyphs showing that one giant is actually shown that's as tall as a giraffe. Depicting these images on a wall, it's on the pyramid, is proof in itself that, hey, there might have been giants, which I 100% believe if we read the Bible.
We also see giant cows and giant.
See,
but that's a cow standing on its own. You don't see the giant person or so-called person there, do you?
No, there is a giant cow being drank from. There is a guy drinking from underneath it.
Right. But that may be a boy.
It tells you also that they spliced animals.
I was gonna go into that, but yeah. So the splicing of animals, like for instance, some people ask, when did the dinosaurs? Because we see dinosaur bones, right?
Right.
So we say, okay, we can't find that in the Bible. So therefore, the Bible's, something's wrong with it. Book's wrong, right? But actually, when you actually look in other records that come from the Bible, Book of Jubilee, Book of Jasher, Enoch, and whatnot, it actually tells you that when these angelical beings came down and started to create giants and whatnot, they actually taught them the technology, right, of splicing. So being like, for instance, okay, you're like, nowadays they have the splicing of fruits, splicing of animals.
Splicing?
Splicing. So genetic splicing. So you have animals like the liger.
Right.
You have another one that's the zonkey, which is a hybrid of the zonkey.
The zebra and the donkey.
You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying, before the flood, this technology was taught to man.
So you're saying that human beings had sex with dinosaurs? That's what gave birth?
No. I'm saying, when the angelical beings came down, and they took women and had children, these angelical beings taught their children the technology of how to splice animals. Now, when you look at modern, you watched I don't know if you watched the last Jurassic Park.
The last Jurassic Park, I think I did. Actually.
No, did you see?
I might have to refresh my mind on it again.
But they were talking about how they created this that Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Right.
And they talked how they were able to slice DNA from different animals in order to create this Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Right.
So they were using, in that movie they're showing you that they were using the splicing technology in order to create a hybrid animal that the Most High didn't design to create, right? But I'm just trying to show you that
So they were breeding the animals and so per se. Okay.
pretty much.
But
But that's before the flood, right?
Before the flood.
That's why the flood had to come.
So the flood that we're talking about what? Is the flood of Noah? Is that what we're talking about? Okay.
The flood of Noah,
Okay.
right?
That's a whole entire story too. That
It
just
is. It
it's
is.
just like you see, like okay.
But I'm trying to
Just
tackle
to
all the
understand,
contradictions
a
that we're saying.
60-year-old man who lived in the desert,
Yeah.
nowhere near trees, nowhere near, somehow him, his wife, and 2 boys managed to build this vessel. And how long did they have? How much time did they have?
Did
they have like 30 days or something?
No, it was 120 years they prophesied.
No. But like they had a deadline before they had to finish the
120 days.
120 days, right? So 120 days.
If I'm not mistaken.
So,
Yeah,
in
it was
100 so in 120 days, they managed to build this massive vessel
Yeah.
and somehow command 1 of every, or 2 of every animal on the planet. So first of all, imagine the size of this vessel. In 120 days, this man and his 2 boys managed to build it with no access to trees anywhere nearby.
Who says that though?
No, they lived in the desert. They lived,
No,
come on.
they
They lived in the desert.
They
That's
lived amongst cities. They lived in. There's nowhere where it says it was a desert. It wasn't a wasteland.
Okay, no, we can look it up. If
They
you
were-
live in the desert,
hold
to
up.
get that much trees in that area,
I'm saying go to the record
in
and
the area where they live,
Yeah.
to get enough trees that will be able to build a vessel. Because you understand, a vessel that can contain 2 of every animal on the planet.
Yeah.
This is the size of this building.
Yeah.
It's a massive endeavor that this old man and his 2 boys decided to take
And they
on.
had 120
120
years
days. Listen,
to
they
make
had
that.
120 days. 120 days.
It's years.
120. So you claiming that this man lived 120 years?
Yes. That's what the scriptures.
Come on,
Hold
man.
on.
Like, come on, man.
Hold on. You
Come
should
on,
be.
like-
I mean, okay.
So
You
this
did
way-
the Catholic thing, so. But I'm saying you should
Like-
know before
Like,
the
do we-
flood, men were living longer. You
There
should
is
know
no
that.
way you can say that. There is no way you can tell me in the age before modern medicine, the men were living 120 years.
Well,
I'm so
I
sorry,
don't know how to
bro.
dispute that.
Like, no, come on,
I
man.
don't know how to
Like,
dispute
come on. Like, listen, up until 1865, the age of longevity was 30 some odd years old. You're gonna tell me that in the Stone Age, where there was no modern medicine, where people used to bleed you in order to cure you of diseases, men were living 120
What history is that?
years?
Whose culture is that?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm saying.
Hold on.
Are you kidding me? You're gonna tell me that in the
Listen,
Stone Age,
listen.
in the Stone Age,
Listen.
like, come on,
Listen.
let's have
Hold on,
a
hold on,
logical
hold on.
conversation. here.
We're having a logical conversation.
Right.
Now, this is, that's what I said.
First of all, do you all
Before
believe
the
this?
flood,
You all
hold
believe
on.
this?
Before
That
the flood, right? Let's get it. Let's get Genesis chapter 6. Right? We gotta stick in the book. Make the book do the time. Now, I'm showing you why I'm doing this, right? Because before the flood, the Most High said, "My spirit shall not always strive for men, because he is flesh." So he saw that shortcoming, and he said, "Because of that, their days shall be 120 years."
Okay.
So,
Okay.
hold on.
Look,
Read
come
that.
on.
Go on.
Come on. Come on.
So just getting the scripture
Go
that
on.
Deacon Zerai has requested, it says here, Genesis 6, chapter 1. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Most High said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
Right, so for 100.
Okay, so let's unpack that. Let's unpack that for a second. So you said that he saw the daughters of. So what? There was no women before then.
No.
Before that, like men used to be born from men.
No.
That's the.
No. So,
Sorry.
read it again. Let's go again.
No.
No,
Okay,
I'm
say-
saying-
so the daughters and they were fair or something like so. What? There
So
was
the
no.
sons of God. So the original sons of God, meaning the
I thought
angelic.
God only had one son, and that was Jesus Christ.
He's the first begotten. First begotten.
Okay.
Right? Now, let's go back there again. right? Because even the children of Israel are considered to be the sons of God as well. So you'll see that throughout Scripture, right? But the first sons of God were the angelical beings. That Christ was created first, right? And then all the angels were created after that. So I'm showing you he's the first begotten, the head of them, but all the angels were considered sons
other than
of
Scripture,
God.
you just cannot show me any evidence that states that man used to live 120 years.
We just did.
And it's but you're showing it to me.
Read secular history. Go.
Okay,
Let's
so
get
this
secular
is
history.
this is the book of Josephus. This is a historian, all right? So this is the Antiquity of the Jews, book 1 and paragraph 9. Now, when Noah had lived 350 years after the flood, and that all
This is
that time happily
history.
all that time happily he died, having lived the number of 950 years. But let no one, upon comparing the lives of the ancients with our lives, and with the few years which we now live, think that we have said of them is false, or make the shortness of our lives at a present an argument, that neither did they attain to so long a duration of life. For those ancients were beloved of the Most High, and lately made by him, the Most High himself, and because their food was then fitter for the prolongation of life, might well live so great a number of years. And besides, the Most High afforded them a longer time of life on account of their virtue and the good use they made of it in an astronomical and geometrical discoveries, which would not have afforded the time of foretelling the period of the stars unless they had lived.
Right, so this is
600 years.
outside the Bible.
So I
Secular
have a
history.
question. So I have a question here. So I guess the point that is trying to be made here is ever since Noah or the likes of him, nobody has been virtuous enough to be able to live that extended period of time. That no one in recognizable modern history, not Mother Teresa, not like all these people, not, I don't know, Nelson Mandela, whoever you can think of.
I wouldn't
Nobody
say
has
that.
been virtuous enough to live 350 years. Like, see, to me, that is
I'm
what,
not saying that.
That is what religion.
We're not
loses.
saying that. We're not saying
That's a
that.
huge claim. That is completely.
We didn't claim that.
No. Listen, the fact that it's written in a book by some guy named Josephus does not make it absolutely unquestionable, because to me you're making a claim on science, you're making a claim on the longevity that the way people live. You're telling me that at a time with no modern medicine, where people, where things like the plague was rampant, where diseases, where people didn't even understand some things like germ theory.
In Europe.
Okay, hold on.
Right? No. Listen, you're not telling me that in the Stone Age. You're not telling me that in the Stone Age, people did not understand germ theory itself. Somehow lived 350. Like, that is a wild thing to be able to put out there.
Most of the science that you're so-called talking about is talking about the descendant knowledge from the Romans and the Greeks that actually conquered the earth. So all that bleeding and all that Stone Age and the black bubonic plague, hold up, let me finish. All that came from that society, that world. Us as the Hebrews, us as the Israelites, we had our own understanding of all those topics. We never dealt with that. You go to any other country, no other country is dealing with the same understanding besides
the
understanding that was placed by the Romans conquering the whole earth and injecting their understanding in those countries.
The plague is mentioned in the Bible. Things like leprosy is mentioned in the Bible. Like, you're not gonna tell me like they were exposed to diseases just as much as everybody else. You can tell me that. Like the average age that people lived at that time was maybe 30 years at max. You're not gonna tell me that in a world where there was no understanding of modern medicine, people lived longer than we do now. This is the longest people have lived in notable history.
But hold on, let me ask you this. How old is Western medical, like this practice?
It's not that old. Exactly. So to tell me that people were living 250 years.
Before, and I'm trying to find it, right? But before the introduction of modern day medical practices, the understanding of sicknesses was linked to spirits. So they had that understanding prior to modern day medicine.
To spirits. I'm sure that never saw. And that's why they all died at 20 years old. Because they're trying to fix spirits.
But I'm saying, when we look at the practice of modern day history being a new invention, being something.
Medicine, you mean?
medicine, the practice of medicine,
Right.
being new, because in the ancient world, medicine came from the natural
Herbs of the
fruits
earth.
and herbs of the earth.
What? No, okay.
Hold on.
Listen,
No.
if you
Think about
if,
that.
like, listen, like first of all,
Yeah.
if there is no understanding of, if there is no mention of understanding of germ theory, whatever you're practicing is now medicine. Okay, you singing hymns and using smoke somehow to, like, you know what I mean, like doing all kinds of like this prophetic medicine nonsense. That was not medicine. Okay, people at that time still believed that floods were created because your neighbor decided to curse you or some other things related, some other stuff like that. You see what I'm saying?
Nah, but history,
Like,
history doesn't prove that. And I'm going to see if I can find it. But as I said, they understood sicknesses not to be, not to be cured by synthetic drugs.
And that's why they died at a very high rate and very fast.
No. Synthetic drugs became the practice because what you started to happen in the Western civilization, you had one doctor, right? And what he did, he was coming up for a cure for heat stroke. Now he realized that cayenne pepper would help with with people suffering from heat stroke. But what he did is he made a placebo tablet, that fake pill, right? And gave it with the cayenne pepper and saying, hey, if you have the pill with cayenne pepper, that will cure you. So the whole understanding of modern day medicine that we see was an enterprise for them to know.
Okay.
And I'm saying that
that's a wild statement.
Hold on. Why? Because when you look at medical reports, we can see so many people that have died from the acclaimed treatments that they offered them.
Of course.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I'm saying that modern
But
day,
people were dying way more,
No,
and
you will
yes,
find- hold on,
they
hold on.
are.
You
Listen.
will find. Listen, hold on. You will find in history, and I said, look this up. I'm sad that I didn't highlight this. I'm gonna highlight this. I'm gonna send it to you as a picture. But what they were finding that the so-called witch doctors were having more. Hold on. They
That
were
is
having
an absolute fallacy.
more-
that you
I'm
know.
gonna show you once I find it here. But they were having better production or better cures or people being healed than they did with the modern day medicine. And
I
then
would
what
love to
started
see where
happen-
that's written
Hold
because-
on. I'll find it.
I would love to see where that's written because
Hold up.
you cannot tell me the witch doctors.
No, I'm
Which-
saying they were classified that in order to get people to stop going to them. So same way how
Because listen, if you're going to sacrifice a chicken and pour the blood on somebody and you think that that's going to cure them from the measles.
I'm not talking about that.
No, but I'm saying like people understood things like animal sacrifice or whatever it is as a cure for modern day diseases. We know now for a fact that it doesn't matter how much goat blood you pour on the wound, it's not going to close. That is just a fact. So to say that somehow those people that lived 350 years were exposed to better medicine from people who had no idea what germ theory was, to me is an absolute fallacy that cannot be proven in any point of shape. Or any point, unless you're reading from books that are written through people who are looking to advance a certain theory.
Okay, now we're going to bring something out regarding, because you have to understand that every society had their own understanding. This understanding, talking about the bubonic plague and whatnot, and certain specific ailments, came from the Roman world or the Roman enterprise. Now we're talking about the Hebrews and the Israelites' customs. A lot of the customs we still keep in Africa and in Jamaica and different places, and the different herbs and different healing medicines we use.
So let's
Hold on, let me
talk about
finish. Let me
use
finish.
leprosy.
Okay,
Let's
we're going to
use
deal with
leprosy.
that, but let me finish this point.
Right.
This is Ecclesiastes 38 verse 4. The Lord has created medicines out of the earth. So the Most High didn't make medicines or healing from animal sacrifice. The Most High made medicines from the herbs of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor him. Now we're going to bring out Jubilees chapter 10 verse 12 to show an in-depth understanding of how that came to be. Bring it out.
This is the book of Jubilees, chapter 10, verse 12. And the healing of all their illnesses together with their seductions we told Noah, so that he might heal by means of herbs of the earth. And Noah wrote everything in a book, just as we taught him according to every kind of healing.
Right, so now we see Dr. Sabia and different guys coming on the scene saying, okay, well, they're healing people from AIDS, from different cancers, from different ailments, and they took them to court and won. Dr. Sabia won with witnesses, with multiple witnesses, and he was dismissed from the court because he won. Through what? Through fasting, through certain waters, through clean pure alkaline foods. That's the same thing that we're reading here. He's curing people of every ailment. You can cure it through the herbs and the medicines that the Most High naturally made from the earth. That goes back to you saying, how would an all-knowing God do this, this, and that? Why would an all-knowing God not give you the medicine and the ability to cure everything that you have? The other nations didn't have, hold up, let me finish. The other nations didn't have this knowledge. All the wisdom, understanding of the Bible and of the earth was given to the sons of Israel. Psalms 147 verse 19. So this healing that we're talking about was given to a specific race of people. That's why you don't hear it being pronounced. And when you see Dr. Sebi coming out and these other doctors saying you can heal all these things through natural herbs, through fasting and different ailments, and these are facts. These are not theories. These are not conspiracies. This is literal fact, documentation on record that Dr. Sebi was able to cure through herbs, fasting, and natural remedies all types of sicknesses that you name today.
Okay,
and you can look that up. You can look it up.
I know of Dr.
You can look that up.
What happened to him, though?
I know of Dr. Sebi.
What happened to him?
I don't. Why? You think it was some sort of conspiracy that he was killed by the government?
But
Right.
one thing we can say is that a lot of people who came out with these natural remedies and whatnot, the medical institutions or whatever.
First of all, it was not proven that he could cure AIDS. That is the number one thing that I want to address. It was not proven that he could cure AIDS. That never at any point was that a fact. There is nobody there that says that I had AIDS before and going through the treatment of Dr. CB, I no longer have
But
AIDS.
he was able to prove through science, quote unquote science.
No. Let's take one thing at a time.
And he took it to court. He took it to court and he won.
Regardless of anything, though, there is nobody on the record. You say to address the record, and I've been looking through this quite substantially. There is nobody that came forward and said that Dr. CB cured them of AIDS. That's a fact.
Okay, fine.
That's
debatable.
That is a fact. That is a fact. It's not debatable. That is a no. Everybody that was brought forward as witnesses and so on and so forth. No medical records can be brought forward. There is no. Listen, there is no medical records that could be brought forward where the person was like, hey, listen, I had diabetes. Here is what Dr. CB gave me, and now they did a test. I no longer have diabetes. Yeah. Those people are just not there. Can we agree on that?
No, they were there. They were there, and they came forth. They were there, and they came forth. Right.
Okay, listen.
They went there, and they came forth. On top of that, the point was that you can cure ailments with the natural remedies of the earth. You have multiple people, again, documented, proven that they had certain ailments, and after Dr. CB's court, they brought, they brought all the information to court, all the records. They pulled the medical records. They were going to charge this man. The only reason why he didn't get charged was because he pulled out all the witnesses with medical documentation proving it. The point isn't that he cured AIDS or it's impossible to cure AIDS. The point is that you can heal,
claims that
whatever it may
AIDS.
be. The point is that you can heal, and we had this understanding of healing through medicine and through natural herbs from the beginning in our nation of people. The science you're talking about was dealing with another nation of people who happened to conquer the whole earth and spread their understanding of the whole earth.
Yeah, but guess what though? People
So in
tend
our
to live
records-
longer. Listen, people tend to live longer when they are subjected to modern medicine. That is a fact. You say yes, no, that is a fact. Absolutely. In countries, listen, you grew up here, right? Let me tell you something. I come from a place where if you go into villages where people don't have access to modern medicine, no matter how in line they are with the Bible, and they have plenty of churches, but not a single hospital. And guess what? They die. But guess what? Of course.
Is it wealthy?
They eat from the.
Are they wealthy?
They have plants. They have plants like you're claiming, but they don't have access to modern medicine, right? You're saying that you can heal yourself without pills and so on and so forth. Guess what? I know places where I come from specifically that it doesn't matter how many hymns or how many herbs that you crush and give somebody who has malaria. If you don't give them access to quinine or the proper medication, they will die. It doesn't matter where where they're from or which tribe of Israel that they're from. If they don't have access to modern medicine, they will die. That is a non-debatable consensus point. Right?
Virgin, there's Rastaman in Jamaica that are over 100 walking with all their hair, living in the mountains, eating off the land, and never been to a doctor not one day in their life. I went to Jamaica. You have healing and medicine man and herbal man that have never been to the doctor one day in their life, and they're living perfect lives, more healthy than anyone you could see here. Old man that can cut down coconut and do all that. So the proof,
120 old women.
Let me finish. The proof is in the people themselves. It's all based upon where you go and how far you're willing to look in. Because if you're talking about certain places in Africa, there's war, there's contaminated water. It's not like it was like that originally.
Just so there's Jamaicans that die at 20 from disease. So what are you telling me? There's no Rastaman that died young?
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
But I'm saying it's hard to classify because we would have to look by each case by case. Because some of them have received the vaccines, and that we know has been linked to cause Alzheimer's.
Don't tell me you're anti-vaccine.
No, but I'm saying we have evidence to show that there's things that have been given. Like for instance, let's look at what was the one where in Georgia where they were giving everyone the syphilis.
The Tuskegee experiment.
The Tuskegee experiment.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm saying we like this like.
And that's a fact.
No, that is a fact. No, that is a fact.
Injustice, medical
of course, in just like
practices
anything, there are people.
And so I'm saying those people that are dying 20 or whatnot, we don't have enough information to say, okay, well, did they receive anything that caused an early demise?
So that's why maybe now we don't know. Also, that those people that are living to 120 years, that the only reason why they're living that way is because they have access to, or they're using, the herbal medicine or whatever it is. We don't know that is the reason why. There could be a lot of things like genetics and so on and so forth. Well, the environment, like you're saying, because there are people within their environment that are using the same kind of medicine and so on and so forth, and they're dying at 20 from God knows what.
Well,
if that was the case, all Rastaman will live at 120, all have their hair. So you cannot use that as some sort of blanket that you throw over everything.
But at the same time, we see now there's a push for everyone to eat organic. Why?
Because it's genuinely better. Yes,
it's healthy. What's in the foods that we have today,
yes,
with GMOs and whatnot, are actually slow kills. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm saying that what you eat and what you put in your system, right, and what they have in the old world compared to what we're used to in the modern world plays a factor.
Do you know any vegans? Do you know any vegans that have lived 250 years? Because I don't know any. Because you're telling me that Moses is the last one of this breed of people that lived 3 centuries plus a half just to go on top of it. And you're telling me that
you said the last one.
The last one, the quote unquote, the last one on record is Noah, who lived 250 years. You're going to tell me that somehow, now that we still have the knowledge that they had then, plus more, you would assume that there would be at least somebody who would live to 400 years. Right? You would assume that would be something, because we are much more advanced.
Hold on. A decree, for instance, in the beginning, death wasn't part of the equation, right? No,
what do you mean?
I'm saying when God made Adam, he didn't make him to die.
Okay.
Right? Because
I never heard,
the contract, the agreement was there. The minute you eat from this tree of good and evil, you shall die. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, what I'm trying to understand, then after that, we went to the decree how the Most High says, man is just flesh. I'm only going to give him 120 years. Right?
Mm.
So through process of time, men's life rates or life expectancy, whatever you want to call it, slowly started to decrease. So after Noah, you still had other people that were still living high lifespans, but it started to go like through generations, started to get less.
But see, that doesn't make any sense because
it was a decree.
Listen, and that is why again, when you use words like that, like decree, it flies in the face of logic. It just can't stand. That theory cannot stand on its own feet because logically speaking, if we have a higher life expectancy than we did 100 years ago, not because of anything other than the fact that we know more now. You cannot tell me that some way, somehow, that we knew more in the Stone Age, that we could live 350 years, and now in the age of advancements in technology and modern medicine and constant evolution of, where our technology is taking us and so on and so forth, that somehow we still can put our finger on what made people live 250 years. It just doesn't, that logic cannot stand on its own 2 feet. It doesn't matter how many books that you pull out that talk about covenants and giants and so on and so forth. It just cannot stand on its own 2 feet. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Because we're much better off now. We know more. We're capable of so much more. It's just, it makes no sense
hold on. because we touched in that record in Josephus, and it talked about the quality of the food and everything that started to deteriorate throughout the generations, right? So the quality of air that we breathe today, was it the same quality of air they were breathing back then? No.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Same thing with the water. Same thing with the food, etc. So all that played a part in the decree of us dying earlier. You can't get away from that. You can't get away from that.
Listen,
Because
it's
like I said, the water that we're drinking today and the water they were drinking back then clearly is not the same water. They ain't got.
So you're gonna tell me
they
that
ain't
the water?
got Hiroshima. They ain't got.
Nuclear.
The nuclear.
Listen, no. Listen.
Wait, they ain't got
You're telling
oil spill
You're
in the
telling
water.
me that the water in the Stone Age was better than the water that we have now when we have things like filtration systems and so on and so forth. How are you going to explain to me that the water is better? Like that logic. The logic just doesn't. Okay, tell me why.
Hold on.
Listen,
The whole understanding of
it's Stone
acid
Age.
rain and all those things didn't exist.
Huh?
Pollution and what we call today pollution, acid rain, and all those things, nuclear warming, all those things didn't exist back
There
then.
is okay. Listen, the
So
kids,
I'm
the
saying
kids dying,
the things that are threatening the planet, so-called threatening the planet.
the kids that are dying in Sierra Leone from drinking dirty water is not because it's such a highly industrialized country that's why the water is dirty over there.
There's other
exactly,
factors.
and those factors were existent in the Stone Age. Like you're gonna tell me,
No.
Negative. That's a
Yes,
negative.
they were. What do you mean? Like
Hold
what?
on,
You're gonna tell me that there was no diseases in water in the Stone Age? Like you just
Okay, explain the Stone Age.
the Stone Age is a time where everything was made out of stone. No, okay, listen.
Where?
Look it up.
Hold up. In what country? Hold up.
It's not
Okay, hold up. You
You
keep
need
your
a history on the
yeah,
Stone Age.
Give us a history on the Stone Age.
Listen, the Stone Age. Listen, the Stone Age was like if you look at it, there's a Stone Age. You know the Dark Ages is.
Do you believe everything was made out of stone?
No,
Because
that's
that
not what I
sounds
mean
kind of
by
crazy.
that. That's not what I mean by that. Listen,
Give us the
Yeah, give us
understanding.
understanding.
Right now, you're
why don't we do this?
Yeah.
Why don't we do this? I'll give you the Wikipedia definition to even make it better. What is the Stone Age? Here.
Because the Stone Age, I don't know what's
No,
that.
no,
In
no,
Africa,
that's
I didn't
okay,
hear
that's
about
okay.
no Stone
No,
Age.
no,
So
no.
please.
Okay. It's a period of time. It's like saying the Dark Ages in Europe. Are you familiar with the Dark
Yeah.
Ages? Do you know what? Okay. So the Stone Age.
In Europe, that's in Europe.
Anywhere else.
no. Okay,
the
hold
Dark
on.
Ages in Europe.
The Dark Age in Europe.
Stone Age.
Yeah, it's not everywhere. That's not history from
Listen,
everywhere. That's
listen.
not medicine from
Okay,
everywhere.
okay,
So you
listen.
can't generalize it.
Yes,
That's
you
generalizing.
can.
I mean, it kind of
Yes,
sounds
you
crazy
can.
to generalize
Okay.
when it's talking about one place and you're talking about the
Stone
whole
Age-
world.
okay,
It's
here,
kind of
here.
outlandish to me, you know?
The Stone Age was a broad prehistoric period during which stone was widely used to make implements with an edge, a point, or a percussion surface. The period lasted roughly 3.4 million years and ended between 8700 BCE and 2000 before Christ with the advent of metal work.
So where does it
Okay.
talk about everything that was going on in that time? Because you're talking about all these things.
Because-
This went on in the Stone Age.
No,
That went on in the
yes,
Stone Age.
there must have been
It's
disease.
obvious.
There must have been
It's not
pollution.
obvious.
There's all of-
Prove
You're
it.
saying there must have been
Prove
pollution.
it. Prove it. Prove it.
Sorry, go
The
on.
technology,
No,
the
prove it.
technology itself.
What pollution comes from
Hold
stone?
on, did
Well,
you say
exactly.
the
That's what I'm
technology-
telling you. That's why I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
The fact that the fact that there was no pollution or there was no carbon in the water does not mean that there was not bacteria in the water or other things that you're not supposed to drink in water. How do you think kids are dying in Sierra Leone right now from drinking dirty water?
They
Is it
implanted,
water?
they put that in there. Do you know there's a government agenda to
Oh my God,
depopulate
stop,
Africa?
Stop.
Come on,
Okay,
man.
We cannot do this.
Hold
Okay,
up,
listen.
slow down.
We're talking about
Hold up.
kids dying
Hold
from
up.
dysentery. You know what dysentery is? Dysentery is a disease that you get from drinking dirty water. It doesn't mean that there is carbon in this water or there is some sort of industry. This is bacteria in the water. Yeah, you're going to tell me that that bacteria was not available at that time? Like, what was the age? Let's look at
Can I-
Go
okay.
ahead.
So essentially, you're familiar with the Native Americans that were living over here.
Right.
There was no such thing as the bubonic plague and any of those things
Right.
here. They were keeping everything clean. Everything was fine. The water was clean. Everything came when the Europeans came and they gave them smallpox and brought all these wicked plagues that came from their world or their society. So we're saying that there's proof that all these diseases and all these things you're talking about specifically came from that area of the world and were expanded to other places. Now, in that place, we're talking about Native American Indians, they never dealt with any of those things. That's an example proving that just because you're talking about the Stone Age and you're saying that it's evident that this was here and this was there, that's incorrect. Because if you look at other cultures and other societies, like China and ancient places like that, they weren't dealing with those specific things. Life expectancy wasn't 20 years old.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay. So then,
You're talking about the Stone Age, but come on,
let's
man.
talk about diseases that were available in that
I got-
specific area
I
you're
got
trying to
something
mention.
right here.
Right?
I'm gonna find more on it, but I want to show you.
No, let me ask you a question. Okay,
Black medicine that was coming down to
Yeah.
natural urban was more superior
Let's-
than the white.
okay.
The white
No,
medicine.
let's
that
talk
was
about
back.
leprosy. Leprosy
Hold
was
on,
a
hold
disease.
on. Let's just get
We'll
this
touch on
right.
that.
Right.
We'll touch that right
So
up.
this is the medical apartheid. It's called The Dark History of Medical Experimentation on Black Americans from Colonial Times to the Present, written by Harriet A. Washington. Page 49, paragraph 2. However, whites had no monopoly on science. The African tradition involved physiological as well as spiritual approaches to healing, including an encyclopedic knowledge of herbs, roots, and other natural medicaments. This detailed knowledge was continually passed down along lines of apprenticeship from wise women and male herb doctors to gifted young members of the community. Despite their characterization as primitive, African healers first employed citrus juice for scurvy and inoculation for smallpox and other viral illnesses.
Right. So with these herbs, they were healing all these things. Go on.
Midwives used African techniques, herbs, and medicines so successfully without dangerous tools of the day such as forceps that many white women called them to attend births. Some whites were impressed by the success rate of Negro doctors and doctresses, consulted them, and placed their medication recipes in the family book. And Western doctors faced brisk competition from black herb doctors.
Right. So they had these black doctors healing up the place. They're like, we can't have that.
That's right.
So what we have to do now, we have to start calling them witch doctors. Start putting all these ill names on them in order to get the populace to now come to this Western medical practice that was not beneficial to the people.
Let me get a
Go
little
on,
more.
you got more?
For all their complaints, physicians in the early to mid 19th century were happy to leave the business of birthing in the hands of black midwives. However, physicians wanted black healers under the scrutiny and supervision of white physicians. White doctors denigrated black midwives and healers, calling them uneducated. But white physicians themselves usually had no academic preparation beyond a few months in proprietary medical school.
Right?
Or a few
Hold on. Let's
years.
stop there. They call them uneducated, right? So they started to paint the narrative that these guys don't know what they're doing. Right? So when I hear you now saying 2019 saying those guys in the ancient time, they didn't know nothing. Western you are part of that program.
Absolutely not. That is a fact that they had no idea what they're doing. Listen,
But we're reading. We're reading historically.
You're reading a book. You're reading a book that's advancing a narrative. No, hold on. Look, listen.
apartheid.
You have to read everything.
hold on,
There's
hold on.
nothing you can say that you can't read. Okay, so whatever you read, it's a book written by somebody.
What I'm trying to stand on here is just simple logic. Okay, look, I know women in villages back home that try to heal children from malaria using, herbal remedies and so on and so forth. Is there certain things that herbal remedies can cure? Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, right.
Your common cold, you're this, you're that, right? But to say that somehow herbal remedy or traditional medicine stumps, modern medicine is not only a lie, but it's a dangerous lie to put across, because it's the same exact type of people that go and say things like, we're anti-vaccine, we're not going to vaccinate our kids because vaccines cause autism. Like, to me, that is the epitome of imbecility, because you are not only a danger to yourself, but to people around you. You're not going to vaccinate your child? Vaccines that have been proven to
but hold on. If everybody's
something.
vaccinated and I'm not vaccinated, then I'm not a threat to you guys.
Yes, you
No, you're
are.
protected. You should be protected. What is the vaccine for? To protect you from the disease.
So
therefore, if I get the disease, right? Everybody who has the vaccine should be protected.
But you can pass it on to people who are not vaccinated.
What they actually found that those that are vaccinated become the hosts of the vaccine.
that's right.
So I'm in more danger because you're now our walking carrier.
That's right.
When does logically, you talk about
Yeah, you said
logic, when
logic,
does it
right?
logically make sense to
Of course.
to inject a virus into someone?
Yes, of
and
course.
hope
That's
that
how-
their body would make an immunity.
That's how vaccines work. They inject a certain amount
But I'm
within
saying
your body
logically,
for your body.
logically,
Right.
I'm putting a
It
foreign,
works, though.
a foreign object that
Vaccines-
is meant to cause
listen.
problems into you.
Vaccines work. The reason why
Yeah.
things like polio have been eradicated, okay,
Alright.
is because vaccines work.
Now
that is a fact.
Now you will find
Right.
that everybody who got the polio vaccine got polio.
That's
No, everybody.
You
no,
are not
no, no.
everybody.
What?
That's an understatement.
I got vaccinated
overstatement.
against polio.
But I'm
I-
saying a lot of people. Let me correct that statement. A lot of people, what they found that got the vaccine, the polio vaccine, end up getting polio.
But there are
It's
way
on
more
record.
people.
It's
There is
on
a lot.
record. It's on
There is a large.
Hold up.
No, but see. Okay.
How is it that I'm gonna take some, hoping that it's not gonna get me sick, but it gets me sick anyways? What's the point? Why don't I
No,
just
listen,
not take it?
There is a larger number of people. There used
So,
to be. if
so it
polio-
doesn't always
No,
work. So it doesn't always work.
No, no, listen.
Is that what you're saying?
I'll have to look at your
No,
records.
no, 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 no,
I'll have
no,
to look at your
no,
records.
no, no. If does it always work? Do vaccines always work?
There may be reasons why it doesn't. There may be reasons why it doesn't work.
So
Maybe
they don't.
give you expired
What's in
medicine.
vaccine?
Who
Let's
knows?
get-
Yeah.
Who
You know
knows?
what's
Who
in
knows?
What's in them? What's in them?
It's
Okay,
it's
break
a
it
natural-
down.
No, no.
Break it
listen.
down. Show us,
It's a
show us.
natural-
In vaccines.
Listen.
Yeah.
Do
It's
you know
a-
they
it's-
got mercury in vaccines?
Listen. Look,
Aluminum?
The matter of
Aluminum.
fact is this. The matter of fact is this.
Aborted baby fetuses?
Oh my.
No. Do you know that? No, you can read
Show
the
me- show me what it says.
ingredients.
Okay.
Let's
Ingredient
pull up. Let's get the
aborted baby
ingredients.
fetuses.
Let's
Like
get the
you
ingredients.
We're going to go to the
Let's get the
CDC
ingredients.
website, the Center
Okay.
for Disease Control, which actually lists out all the ingredients found in these vaccines, such as formaldehyde, aluminum,
Right.
diploid cells, which is actually linked to fetal aborted cells.
So modern.
It's
hold on,
linked
so
to.
modern-
You just
modern-
said
hold on,
no.
hold on,
The
modern-
statement you made was they have aborted fetuses.
We're gonna get it.
inside of this medicine.
We're gonna get it.
Regardless of anything, here is what I do. What I know is I look at the statistics of, let's say, infant mortality caused by polio or any other of those kinds of diseases before vaccines were a thing and after vaccines were a thing, and the numbers are incomparable.
But I'm saying, are
Okay?
you also?
So is there the odd case here and
No, no,
there?
but are
Is there
you-
the odd
yeah.
case where people get vaccinated and they get it? Of course, just like anything, it's not a perfect science.
Oh.
But it's
Incorrect.
much better. It is much,
Yeah.
much better of a situation, and less
Hold on,
people are dying
Yeah.
Incorrect.
than work.
But I'm
That
saying,
is-
hold
that is
on.
pure bullshit if you know it. You can't say that.
Listen, I'm not
How
going
is
to
it?
dispute because we need to pull those things up right now. But what I'm saying, with the same unbiased, have you looked at the increase of children suffering from autism, early birth in childhood as a result of vaccines? Have you done the same research that you did for those that got vaccines being cured?
And
'Cause
also-
you'll find that there's a spike in children with autism, and there's a spike in the people that are getting vaccinated. And let's get TED Talk. Let's bring up the TED Talk. Please bring up the TED Talk.
And also
Let's get TED Talk.
coincidentally, the U.S. has the highest infant mortality rate, but it's supposed to have the highest and most educated and pristine medical program, but the most children are dying at pregnancy in the U.S. Please explain that to me.
Wait, what? So sorry, say that again.
The U.S. has the highest infant mortality rate, the most children dying at birth.
Bullshit.
Look it up. Look
That
it up.
is absolute nonsense.
Hey, look it up.
The highest mortality.
Infant mortality rate. Yeah, look it up.
Check it out.
Look it up.
Oh my God. Okay.
Look it up.
Listen.
No, look it up.
Okay.
Look it up.
Highest
Infant mortality rate
infant mortality rate. Okay.
at birth, U.S.
Okay.
You got data?
Cuba 4.4 per thousand. Brazil 17.5 per thousand. 69.8% Nigeria. And the U.S. comes in what 11th or something like that. Look at this.
Go to the link.
Afghanistan comes before the U.S. France, Cuba, Brazil, Nigeria, North Korea, then the U.S.
And let me see what you pulled up.
Maternal mortality, my bad. That's what I get.
Maternal mortality rate.
So, in terms of giving birth,
Yeah, giving birth. That's what I meant. So in terms of giving birth, the U.S. has the highest standing death rate of giving birth. Not infants dying, like not actually being born and then dying. I mean,
Right.
coming out and dying. So, how is it that we have the most advanced medical system and children are coming out and instantly dying more than
the mothers are dying.
the mothers, yeah, exactly. The mothers are passing away through they give them the vitamin K shot and all types of other things, and they're passing away here. But in other countries where they don't have all the fancy prenatals and the vitamin K and what may have you, and they're living longer, not dying at the same rate. How do you explain that? If we have the highest, the best, science.
Science is getting better and better.
Right. Logically, that's saying that there's something that the U.S. is lacking that these poorer countries have.
Right. And then
Sure.
another point too. Are you familiar with Bill Gates on what was that show that he was on?
It was TED Talks.
TED Talks, right? When he came up and he said, "Okay, right now we got too much CO2, too much carbon in the air."
No, I do
Right?
truly believe that.
Now he says, if we do a good job, right? Because the whole ideal is how do we bring the CO2 level down?
Right.
Now, if we do a good job through vaccines, through a few other things, I have the audio right here to play for you if you want me to play it.
Wait, sorry, through vaccines?
He says, in order to bring CO2 down, we gotta start eliminating people. Now, if we do a great job in vaccines, that was one of the options on how we're gonna get CO2 levels down. So they're using vaccines, whether we know it or not, in order to, lower the world population. Right?
So, send me that video because
I have it right
we can play it out here because you won't be able to record properly, so we have to edit it into the audio.
And to add on to that, mind you, Bill and Melinda Gates, they have a foundation where they manufacture vaccines and want to help and aid in health. But what's a tech guy doing in health? And secondly, these guys, Bill and Melinda Gates, went to India. I think they went to Kenya as well.
They're very involved in Rwanda as well.
Administering vaccines. And now what is happening is that through the vaccines that have been made through this foundation, they're getting sued directly from the government of India because women are found barren and children are passing. Yep. And it's on record through the Indian government that they're getting sued, and no one's talking about it. The news isn't talking about it. It's a whole conspiracy, isn't it?
Are you familiar with the Georgia Guidestone? Sorry, brother, go on.
Yeah, and not even that, but even the Zika virus that broke out in Brazil, where they were manufacturing, genetically modified mosquitoes. 9 months prior to the release of the mosquitoes, after what happened was that you see kids being born with deflated heads, and you find that the company that released those genetically modified mosquitoes were directly in lines or cahoots with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And there was a point in time where you can go into Wikipedia, look up the company, and see who they were directly affiliated with. But guess what? You can't find it on record anymore because they scratched it out. But going to show you that there's a greater conspiracy at hand.
Their parents were eugenics. Now you know what eugenics is, right?
I'm familiar with eugenics.
Idea of the superior race.
Yeah, I went to a Bill Murray. When he came here to Toronto, he gave a talk out here. Although I have there is a thing when he. Anyways, but continue.
But you see what I'm saying? Through what a lot of people don't understand, through these movements of what's the word? Going out aiding, third world
philanthropy.
countries. Yeah, through the disguise of that, they're actually carrying a eugenic program. Now, are you familiar? Hold on. Are you familiar with the Georgia Guidestones?
No, I don't think so.
If you want, pull up the Georgia Guidestones right now, because you see on the Georgia Guidestones they have a plan to
bring
lower
population
world population to get to about 10%. So how are they going to do this? Well, it's through the agendas like the vaccine, through the waters, and all these things that they're actually attacking and destroying people, and people don't know.
And I just want to give an actual living example of that. During the time of apartheid in South Africa, where my family's from, they actually had this secret, weapon called there's a weapon X, where they usually used vaccines and different injections to make different sex sterile, and that's on Wikipedia. You can Google that as well. Same thing how they used it to deal with the Tuskegee experiment, where they poisoned black men in the needs of free healthcare. So they said, you're going to get free healthcare. Right. Meanwhile, they're injecting them with disease. It's the same.
It wasn't disease. What was it? It was mercury.
Yeah.
Injecting them with mercury.
And coincidentally, it's in the vaccines to this day. So what makes you think these people change? Well, they put us in They put us in slavery. They let us out. They gave us disease. And now maybe 50, 60, 100 years later, you think that they changed up the whole game and they're still not trying to kill us?
Okay.
Come on, man. Logically, speaking, these people had children. You have maybe that's 2 children, maybe 1 generation down, 2 generations down. These parents are teaching their children the same thing. These Negroes, blah 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 blah. They're inferior, blah 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 blah. This is what you're gonna do, so on and so forth. And that's logically you're gonna teach your children exactly what you were dealing with. And on top of that, there's proof.
Okay, look.
On top of that, there is proof.
So, okay, let me ask you a question. Do you see an agenda against a specific set of people?
So are we talking about black people in particular? Let's just call it what it is.
I don't want to just limit it to black people.
No, we can limit it.
Native Americans, I look at the Spanish community. They go through
But
the same thing that we go through.
Let's take the strife for black people
Yes. We'll focus
just
on
as a main point of focus.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is, I don't believe in some sort of like dark, racially motivated conspiracy that is ongoing. Here is what I know. I know that the only time where your strife or your opinions or your needs matter is if the only color that the white man sees is green. Let me give you an example, okay? Look at the history of black people. We came here at the bottom of boats, chained up, everything. And the story that we're told is it took 400 years for some guy named Abraham Lincoln to be like, why is Kunta always bleeding? Maybe slavery is bad. That's the story that we're told, right? But slavery did not end because white people let us out or they felt bad. Slavery ended because the north of the United States, the south of the United States, which was much more reliant on free labor, wanted to secede. They're like, why are we paying taxes to the north? You're coming here, you taking our cotton, that's how you're making your money, and we're still having to pay you taxes. We don't want to do this anymore. The north of the U.S. is like, no, we're going to kibosh this whole entire situation, right? So that is how slavery ended up coming to an end. Fast forward to the
That's the history they told you.
No. That is how these things unfolded, because the North will not allow the South to secede, and the only way to stop a country from seceding is to cut them at their economical legs.
Oh, you're talking between
the North and the South of the U.S.
Okay.
Now, fast forward to the 1950s, right? Black people are riding on the back of the bus. We are eating at different lunch counters. We're going to different schools, and we did the protesting, we did all of this, but the only thing that changed is when we started doing things like boycotting the bus, right? Because when you boycott the bus, again, the owner of the bus company is the guy who pays for person X to get elected to Congress. And if I want to keep making that money, I'm going to need you to start making laws that are advantaging black people. Now, it doesn't mean that, from all the protesting and all the crying and so on and so forth, that is when things started changing. Again, when you hit them in the pocket is where things matter. Fast forward to the early 2000s. I don't know if you guys remember, like with the 90s, now with the advancement of hip hop, black people are now dictating culture. Now we're really moving the economy in a major way. That's why you have a man like Kramer. Remember Kramer, that white guy that used to be on Seinfeld? Yeah. He goes on stage and he says the N-word like 200 times, and the guy just fucking disappears out of the ether. Yeah. Right? Now you have white women having surgery to look like our women. Yeah. You see what I'm telling you? So the evolution of it didn't happen because we became better people, but it's because now our interests align with the interests of the system. It's the only way that change happens. It's not some magical, conspiracy going on. Is human beings are naturally selfish beings, and what have you done for me today is the only way that we all live.
All right. Now you named up all these areas where black people have influence, right?
Right.
Do we own any of them?
Not yet.
Do we own the music, like for instance, the music industry? No, we don't own record labels. So no, I'm showing you. No. I'm telling you why it's important. I'm telling you why it's important. Because, for instance, the influence that we have on the world, like for instance, the Bible calls us the salt of the earth. So the influence that we have on the world, that in itself is being dictated. Why? Because we understand that the narrative of hip hop right now is being controlled. Conscious rappers are not being brought to the forefront.
Because nobody gives a shit about conscious rap.
But I'm saying they have made it so where now all we want to hear is this mumbo jumbo stuff. You see what I'm saying? No, but you know there's been artists like Lauryn Hill who came out, started speaking truth, and they silenced her.
No, okay.
And
No, but you see what I'm saying? Even Prince himself had to change his name because they do not want to sell his rights to it.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is that the same people, or the fact that black have so much influence, yes we do, but the fact is that is being controlled by other nations at the top. We don't control, as I said, we don't think about, let's look at all the sports that we dominated. Why can't any of us, or all the sports players come together? I'm saying.
You mentioned conscious rap.
We talk about power, and the reality it is, we don't have no real power.
You mentioned conscious rap, right? And somehow I feel like you are kind of making this point where you're saying that, artists like Lauryn Hill, if you come out and you're trying to awaken the minds of people, there is some sort of evil sky daddy there who's going to silence you in the matter. The truth of the matter is, we live in the age of information now. This conversation that you and I are having, 20 years ago, we didn't have the ability. In order for us to be able to put it out to the world, some old Jewish guy had to be like, yeah, okay, it's your turn. You may now get on the radio. Now we have access to information. I can go ahead and put this on YouTube 10 minutes after you guys leave, and the whole entire world will have access to it. The problem is, when it comes to conscious rap, the demand just isn't there. Now, you can argue that, okay, we live in a world where now, like, this demand, all we want to hear is mumble rap. Okay, that is the demand that is put upon it. But is this some sort of conspiracy that now people want to turn up more than they want to hear, something more conscious?
Have artists come out on record and said, hey, my company is controlling the narrative.
Yes, of course, because you're not making money.
That's all I'm talking about.
But see, the company only goes according to the demand of the people.
No.
Remember, we just talked about this. We just talked about the bus boycott.
No,
of course, the company would only give...
Social engineering has, for instance, as I said, if you start introducing drugs into a community and start raising up a few guys to have the nice cars and whatnot, they see that now, and it now has everyone, rather than to do the right thing and whatnot, has everyone now having the mindset to gravitate to this. But if that was never introduced into the community, no one would have the idea or the heart to gravitate to that thing.
That's right.
So what they did is they controlled the narrative of hip-hop and made it all about trap music, kill your brother, do that, to now slowly control the narrative of the people. The music digressed. The way we started dealing with one another started to digress. It became more about Gucci belt, Louis, this, that.
That's
right.
Because
but I'm saying all that was part of social engineering. All part of them controlling the narrative of hip hop music. Same thing with the dancehall thing. Reggae back in the days wasn't like what it is today. You see what I'm saying? With the Satan worship and Asparta. Hold on. But you see what I'm saying? It came out as in Garnet's song, I Seen Zion in a Vision. You see what I'm saying? It came off, started off righteously. And then now, through money and those who control the music being able to come in and say, okay, you know what, poor kid? If you want to make it out of your circumstance, out of the poverty, out of the ghetto you come out, I need you to do this.
But listen, man.
No. In order to get out of
Hold up. Who put the drugs in our community? Who put the guns in our community? Because when we came out of slavery, we didn't have those substances. So who gave it to us?
Yes, no.
Who gave it to us?
What do you mean? What do you mean by who
planted? You said before. You said that the drugs were moved in our community. So now I want to. You said on record that the drugs were planted into our community. So now I'm asking you. Who put the drugs in our community?
Whoever had interest in the drugs being in the community. So
no, who put? Okay, so who?
But we know it was.
Do I know the person specifically?
The group.
Can I name them by name?
Specifically, government played a big part on finding
those course, things, yes, absolutely.
So I'm saying that was a tactic used to destroy a people.
Of course, but
so
see, again, if it had not been drugs,
so now who's
not been drugs? The same people, something else.
The same people. No, you can't say that. That's not logic. You're saying you're guessing. You're saying it would have been this. It would have been that. That's not. That's not for sure.
No.
That's not for sure.
For sure, because I look at human nature itself as the centerpiece. For example, I have this theory.
So it's a theory. It's not for fact.
Okay. All right. Okay. Listen. I have this notion, okay, that if the black man had invented the firearm and the sailboat before the white man, there have been white people picking cotton in Ghana as we speak.
That's what you believe?
Yes, absolutely. We got beat to the punch because human beings, and I'm telling you this from a place of, knowing personally where I come from. I'll give you an example. In my country, there is no sitting president. It's either you get murdered by the guy who comes after you, or you get imprisoned by the guy who follows you. Now, hold on. Let me finish, right? Now, some people may listen to this and be like, why is that? Like, or expect me to give some sort of esoteric explanation as to why that happened. And I'll tell you why. You want me to tell you what gave the white man the advantage? The reason why the white man was able to get to the firearm and the sailboat before us. You know what gave the white people really the edge? Winter. Winter gave the white man the ability to plan a step ahead. Why? Because all that you are is genetically given to you. So if you grew up in this environment, if your ancestors lived in this environment for tens of thousands of years, if you did not save your food in the summer, you would die in the winter. Right?
So hold on. You're saying winter gave them the
white man to
weapons.
plan ahead. No, just to plan ahead. Just to be able to observe patterns. Because for us, at any time of the year, you could always grab a fruit off a tree. You could always kill an animal. So when the world became globalized, we couldn't keep up because the ability to plan ahead is everything.
How you talk? That's your understanding why we have conquest today.
Of course, because
So hold on.
So let me ask you one. You think black people are not capable of conquest? You think we're not capable of taking on
I'm not saying
a group of people and putting them into?
I'm not saying that, right?
Right.
But because you gave us your understanding of why European conquest and all that happened.
Right.
Let's go to the Bible and let's see why we believe through the Bible European conquest goes on. Now let's go to the promise that was given to Esau.
And to add on top of that, the Native Americans who were originally dark-skinned, they had winter and they were still enslaved. So it kind of doesn't make sense.
No, sorry. Redefine that.
So, for instance, the Native Americans who were here in Canada, and Turtle Island, and all these places,
right?
They went through winter. In fact, they taught the Europeans when they came here how to survive the winters.
Right.
And
so I'm saying, if you're saying through the winter, they had the advantage.
You hear me, but you hear me.
Yeah, it doesn't logically make.
Yes, but see, no, hold on. Again, you hear me, but I don't think you're listening.
All right,
we're listening.
Listen. What winter gave them, and these Native Americans probably had it too. But remember also the history of the Native American. They faced great strife when the Europeans came up here, and they
strife from who though?
From those Europeans, from the Europeans, right?
It didn't start off that
exactly. It didn't start off that way. Exactly.
Even when they came to Africa, it didn't start off that way.
Right.
No. So the point that I'm trying to make is this: just the ability to see patterns. Right, is something that you see reflected a lot, and that's what I was talking about. Like when I talk about, like, let's say for example, African leadership, how the guy who comes into power, his move is to fill his pockets and F off. You know what I mean? In Africa, generally speaking, right? Yeah. So, and that is a reflection of that thing that we're missing, is that ability to be able to look beyond what's right in front of you, to plan for the future. And that is what has given the white man the advantage over and over and over again, is that recognition of patterns.
But that's not a fair assessment. Why? Because, for instance, when you go into like civilizations like Timbuktu, Mali, they were way advanced and more sophisticated and had, long thought out all the things they need to think out. So that's not a fair assessment, right? Now, let's look at, where are you from again? Rwanda, right?
Rwanda, yeah.
Now, let's look at what happened, and maybe you could fill me in with this history, because you should know this history more than me, right? But we know, for instance, through the Europeans coming in, it didn't start off all hostile and all whatnot.
Definitely not.
They raised up one set of people,
right?
And then when they left,
the
other set of people started to war against one another, right? But I'm saying, if that outside influence didn't happen, all those people would probably consider themselves to be the same people.
Oh God, yes.
You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that in so many different ways, when you look out throughout Africa, we have been manipulated by the Western powers.
But we were manipulating each other before then. We were warring before then. Before the white man came, we were still killing each other. This is not something that just happened. The difference is now they gave us guns, and we were doing it at a much higher scale. They didn't give you guns, they gave you drugs. And you were still killing each other at a much higher scale.
And I'm not going to say there wasn't disputes. I'm not going to say there wasn't disputes amongst tribes and all of that. Right? Because that wouldn't be a fair dispute to make. Right? When you look at Babylon, ancient Egyptians, Babylons and whatnot, and ancient Hebrews, they were all people of black. But the Egyptians enslaved the Hebrews. Right. So I agree.
We are capable of it.
Totally.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that these outside forces came in, destroyed us even more than we were already destroyed, right? And then left, and then now, as a lot, being so lost, so destroyed now, you're expecting us to know the right thing.
Again, listen, I'm not. You and I are agreeing on several key points, which is the fact. Yes, absolutely, you're right. Especially looking at the history of my country. Rwanda used to be a German colony before World War I, right? Then when the Germans lost the war and the spoils got divided amongst the winner, we became a Belgian colony, and that's when because Germany didn't give a shit about local politics. They just want to come in, they take their gold, they take their diamonds, they take off. The Belgians come in, now they're like, wait a minute. First of all, let me introduce you to Jesus, right? So, of course, I agree on that point. But the point that I'm trying to make is when we tend to make those kinds of statements, one thing that we tend to accentuate on is the fact that we felt that somehow we are not capable of that kind of evil. That somehow we're not like if we had that opportunity to be able to dominate them instead of them dominating us, would we have jumped at the occasion?
Well, I mean, okay. Let's look at it. Let's look what's been done to us, right? All the ugly things that have been done to us throughout history, and yet we still have a loving heart towards the people that oppress us.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm looking at, for instance, what's embedded in us and how much we suffered, and yet we still can go to work and say, "Hey, boss." We can still cuss one another out and still support our boss. So I'm saying there's a mechanism within us that when you look at the other nation, or when you look at those who dominated us, they don't operate in the same manner. So for instance, we've been servitudes. We served for 400 years. But yet there's still an injustice going on. There's still things going on. Blacks being killed and stuff that we would have seen back in those days, so to speak. We're seeing it now. So I'm saying, if they had the same compassion or whatnot, why to this very day do they still hate us?
I don't think they hate you though, quote unquote. Like listen. Okay.
All right, hold on. You're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Okay, let me.
Because you said you believe there is an agenda against black people.
I never said that I think there is an agenda against black people. Here's what I said. I said that, listen, human beings are naturally predispositioned to want to dominate each other in one way or another. That is just a given fact. No matter where you go to India, you go to China, you go to Africa, you go to America, now it's done in varying degrees, right? Some people do it in more aggressive ways than others, right? And some people have differentiating explanation as to why they're doing what they're doing.
Nobody has done it as European conquest, though.
Yes, because and again, like I said, European conquest, the only reason why it was such a massive raid is because they beat all of us to the punch. When you say that the Europeans done it the way that they did it, don't say it as a way to be like, oh, it's because some way, somehow, we didn't have it in our heart or we don't have it in our spirit to want to dominate another.
We're going to go into the Bible and show you why he had this this mindset and to go about in conquest.
This innate predisposition you speak of.
The European man.
Yes.
Right.
All right. So this is Genesis 25. I'll start from verse 24. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter.
Right, so Esau coming out red. When we look at you remember what was the mare that we had? Ford?
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Foreign, yeah.
No, not Ford.
Ford. Mayor
Ford. Oh, Mayor Ford. Yeah.
Okay.
You see pictures of him when you see him all red?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he came out all red. Now let's see the attributes of Esau.
And Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. And Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents.
So one of the abilities of Esau was that he was a crafty hunter. Right? Now, when we look at Europeans, who gave them the mindset to know, hey, we piss on this, the animal's going to come here, and we're going to hunt. You see what I'm saying? But hold on.
Let me finish. All right. So this is Genesis. This is still speaking on Esau. This is Genesis 27, and we'll start at verse 39. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
But how would he get that dominion?
By thy sword shalt thou live.
So the Bible, so the Bible gets straight to the point on how Esau and his children would gain dominion in the earth. By the sword. That explains European conquest. You got more.
But that is the only way.
The way you gave me is harder to understand.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Let me prove the point. Let me finish. So this is the JewishEncyclopedia.com. This is history, all right? This is the JewishEncyclopedia.com on the Bible. And if you look at all nations, when you look up in the individual nations, Iran and those different nations, they all link back to nations that you can find in the Bible. So it tells you here in the JewishEncyclopedia.com, the rabbis emphasize the fact that Esau's hairy appearance marked him. I'll go down a bit more. Esau, Edom, later represents Rome. Esau is assumed to be the progenitor of the Edomites. His character reflects the disposition of this warlike people.
Warlike people. Other histories also call them the serpent people when you look into other secular history. Right?
So let me ask you a question. Are the children of Jacob not capable of war? Is that the point that we're trying to make out there?
No.
Are they not a warring people? They do what? They don't engage into what? Into war, into conquest.
No,
they don't
that
hunt.
would be a contradiction.
What is the difference?
But the difference is, right? If we were going on a war enterprise, the first thing we had to do is give the opportunity for peace. That's in the law, right? So if we were going out to war against a neighboring country, the first thing we would try to do is establish a treaty or a peace or bring them into tribute. And if that did not work, then we would go out to war. So war was the last option with us. Wasn't the first option.
But see, here's the thing though. Who defines peace? Because see, peace is dictated by a set of terms. Okay. If I am unable to, if you tell me like, okay, the only way that you'll be able to get peace is if you know, half of the women in your village have to come with us. And that is the only way that peace can be negotiated. They have to be given to us as a tribute. And that's one of the terms of peace. Because peace is only peace when everybody comes to an understanding of all the terms. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you one thing. Listen. I lived through a civil war. See, a civil war is very different from two countries fighting. A civil war is one neighbor fighting another. Right? And it's very different because you have to really try hard in order to justify taking somebody's life who you knew well the day before that. You know what I'm saying? But if Rwanda shows anything, we're well beyond capable of. Are we not the children of Jacob?
No,
But I'm not saying we're not capable of that, because even when you.
But we've done it though.
That's what I'm saying. When you look into our history, right? One of the things that, and even Christ had to shed light on it, saying a nation divided cannot stand. Because one of the plaguing things that still plagues us today as a people is that crab in the bucket mentality. You see what I'm saying? Where we, rather than uplift one another, we envy, want to tear down one another and whatnot. So I'm saying, in the Bible, you do see, for instance, brothers killing another brother and injustice. Right. But with that came a penalty and a punishment of the Most High. You see what I'm saying? So with that came a judgment to set an example for us going forward, not to operate in that spirit.
But they all get judged. The Nazis got judged at Nuremberg. Everybody faces judgment for their questions. It's not just the
No. Go on.
I just wanted to say, because you were saying, does not Jacob have the same ability to war? Yes, he does.
Right.
I'm not saying that only the Europeans have the ability to war, but the difference is, it tells you in verse 40 that when they would get the dominion, they would be able to conquer and rule by the sword. The difference is, we lost our dominion through breaking the covenant, breaking the commandments. Now, if you want to talk about they got the upper hand with the guns, that's not so, because even we can read about Alexander, the so-called Great, conquering the whole earth without any guns. All they had was sword and shield, and they conquered the whole earth. Same thing with the Romans. So what we're
Persian
proving,
Empire as
exactly,
well.
they conquered.
Right.
Let me finish. So we're proving that these are so-called Europeans, Caucasians, who are the real Edomites, conquered the earth through a prophecy that we can read and we can see to this day, and no one else can explain it. We can read about Alexander in this book right here, and read about him conquering Darius, the Persian king, and his conquests, and that he took down our Jerusalem at the time as well. So this is giving an understanding on why these things are, why they're able to rule the whole earth, and so on and so forth.
Right. No, but see, what I mean by guns is probably better weaponry, like the ability to be able to be more efficient at war.
They ruled before that.
Guns, it could be, like I'm sure the first Homo sapiens, when they were fighting using sticks, whoever had the sharpest stick, that was your military
but hold on.
might.
One of the things
right?
that the Bible said was that Esau was a cunning hunter. So he's a man that had.
That is a form of weaponry within itself.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? He had the knowledge of weaponry. That was something that was given to him. So him coming up with these technologies of, for instance, being able to make it rain fire in the sky, that was given to him.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? In order to bring forth his conquest of the earth.
And when you look at hunting, who are the hunters? You just Google hunting right now. You see what? Majority Caucasian.
Nobody hunts like Caucasian.
They came up. No, hold up. They came up with a device. Hold up.
You got the duck call. Hold on.
They got the duck call. Who made that? You got deer pee. They put deer pee on themselves. No, real hunters. They hold up. No.
Listen, we're doing the same shit.
No one be putting deer pee on themselves, man. Come on. No, come on. Zulu? No, man. We ain't doing that.
But you know what?
You go from back. You seen anyone back home doing that?
You know
putting deer pee?
No. Okay, maybe not. I've never hunted back. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I grew up in Africa up until I was 17. I never saw a lion until I went to the Toronto Zoo.
Okay.
So and that was like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That was so. I'm not gonna sit here and speak on behalf of the African hunters.
Yeah.
But again, it is. It's the idea of how much do you know your craft, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna hunt, be the best there is. If you're gonna war, be the best there is. I don't think I can sit here and be like, that's actually a bad attribute, because here's how I look at it, right?
We're not saying it's a bad
Here's
attribute.
how I look at it.
Yeah.
I know that if we had all the knowledge and the capabilities of the white man in the 14th century, knowing what I know about ourselves, the quote-unquote children of Jacob, there is nothing in us that would have stopped us if the idea of enslaving people and profiting from free labor, which is something that we had done to our enemies for a long time. Like African people were enslaving their enemies for hundreds and hundreds of years before the white man came by, right? So if we had been able to cross the ocean and enslave somebody who was not even one of ours, would you say that we would not have done it? That somehow something would have stopped us and said, no, I don't think it's a good thing. What would you?
I say, okay. If we had a chance, would we cross
the Atlantic
to go and enslave the multitude of people? I won't be see today.
Right.
Now, I would say, is it beyond our capability? No, there's evil in every nation. I'm gonna be real. Black, white, doesn't matter.
Right.
Everybody has the potential of doing evil.
But
the fact is that the Bible tells us through prophecy that a selected people would be used to bring forth this conquest. So what I'm trying to say is, for instance, I'm not even gonna go there because I was gonna say you had, for instance, the New World. When you look throughout secular history, you'll see that Christopher Columbus was able to find the New World through the Bible, right? So the people of the Bible had understanding of the New World. But no
So like America type thing, or what
of
are you talking
America
about?
and stuff
Right.
like that. But no one actually said, okay, you know what? Us
Well, you said
Africa,
through the
let's
Bible.
go
So
over.
Christopher Columbus found America through the Bible. I
Yes.
thought he initially found India,
No,
and that
that's-
was
see, but that's the narrative through history that they told us. But actually, when you look through secular history, he was able through the second Esdras books that were taken out of the Bible, that was in the original King James Bible. He was able to use that now to find the course that they took to get to the New World.
to find the course. As in what? Like he didn't have a map, and then he read the
He used
Bible.
the Bible to give him that map on where to go. Right now, we're gonna look at secular history.
Right.
So this is called The Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, The Origins of American Racism, written by Ronald Sanders. And this book was actually on the market for a point in time for around $2,500 because they stopped publishing it and they weren't able to buy this book.
Really?
But we managed to get a copy.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So this is in the page 77 of The Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs. It says here, all his life, Columbus's ideas about geography were permeated with a peculiar religious mysticism. He kept a book of prophecies in which he collected quotations, mostly from the Bible, often those dealing with islands far off, that seemed to prophesy his own discoveries. Jumping down. A striking element in Columbus's geographical religiosity in his intense and abiding interest in the 4th or 2nd book of Esdras, found in the Bible. The 2 apocryphal books of Esdras purport to be additional writings by and about the Old Testament Ezra, but the 2nd or 4th book is a piece of full-fledged Hellenistic apocalyptic writing that was often regarded with suspicion by the church and just as often embraced by the heterodox. Augustine had given guarded approval to Esdras' prophetic claims, and much was always to be made of this by the latter's defenders, including Columbus. In marginal notes to Columbus's copy of Daily is a relatively lengthy discourse on 2nd Esdras chapter 6, verse 42. So even in his own copy, he wrote this. Upon the 3rd day thou didst command that the waters should be gathered up in the 7th part of the earth. 6 parts thou hast dried up and kept them, to the intent that of these some being planted of God and tilled might serve. But just going to show you that Columbus kept record in his own personal diaries about religious scriptures.
And we're gonna get another
Go
source.
as far as saying that.
No,
that's
let us get another source. Okay, so this is 2nd Ezra 13 verse 4. This is in the Bible, and then we're gonna go into some history here. So this is 2nd Ezra 13 verse 4. He says, "Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen, and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the river, by the narrow passage of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of 1.5 years, and the same region is called Arsareth." Now when you Google that word Arsareth, we go to the Jewish Encyclopedia. Arsareth, JewishEncyclopedia.com. Arsareth, the name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 2nd Ezra 13 and verse 45. Columbus identified America with this land. See Kaiserling's Christopher Columbus translation by Dr. C. Gross, page 15.
Yes,
so this
of course,
is.
but why would you not think that though? If a man
hold
who
up.
reads the Bible quite often finds a new piece of land and he names it Arsareth,
This
like
was-
how would that?
This was before.
No.
This was before.
Let's get the narrative in perspective, right? In order for him to find the new land or the new world, he used biblical records that were written thousands of years before he made that discovery. So what led to him making that discovery was not a random trip to India, but actually using biblical records that we're saying does not have any
Bible.
facts.
Did the Bible
history.
come? Did the Bible come with a map to Azareth? Like let's
Well,
let's
read the passage. Hold on. It tells you they went
the man
through the
found a
Euphrates.
piece of land.
They went through the Euphrates, Let's read the passage again. It gives you the direction they took. They went through the Euphrates, and then they went around the ocean, and they traveled for a year and a half. Pull up a map of Africa, or the eastern part of the world. You'll see the Euphrates goes around South Africa and goes across, what was that, the Pacific? Yeah. Into the New World.
No, that would be the Atlantic. That would be the Pacific. Yeah.
But into the New World. And that passage from the tip of Africa, South Africa, going into the New World, took them a year and a half to make that journey. Exactly. Right? Because
and that's documented.
That's
That's documented. So you got to deal with that.
And just to add on to that, Columbus actually had his own personal diary, so it's on record too. After he identified these people that he found in the New World called Arzareth, he ran back to the Queen of Spain and said, I found them. I found the 10 lost tribes of Israel, which is documented, recorded. You can Google that.
So who is he talking about at this point? Is he talking about like the Indians?
Yeah, the Native
Americans. Yeah, but okay, was this before or after he went to India and then came back and redid his trip again?
They made many voyages and whatnot, so I don't want to discredit his other voyage or whatever, if he made another voyage or whatnot, right? But I'm saying in secular history, they don't tell us that it was through the Bible he was able to find the New World. They tell us, or they lied to us and tell us that he was on some voyage and got lost and thought he was in India and stumbled on the New World. They don't tell you this.
But that is what happened, though.
No. We just read the history of
and the documents and his personal documents
and the histories of what happened.
His personal documents.
They have a movie. It's called Paradise 1490,
something like that, where basically he says, "Is it not in Ezra's?"
Yeah, they have a movie. It's called Paradise of 14, and I'm just throwing out. You Google it, it's gonna give you the right date and whatnot. But it's a Christopher Columbus movie where they actually show you when he's having the discussion with the Queen and with his priest saying, "Hey, I the Book of Esdras. This is how I know where I'm going."
But everybody, like, see, at that time,
why don't they make those things? Like, for instance, this is historical. What's the movie called? Oh yeah,
Conquest, Paradise of 1492.
Thank you, Conquest. Thank you.
So,
but hold on, sorry. But I'm saying, if that was the case, that he found it through the Bible, why are they hiding this information from him? Why is a book
everything was found through the Bible at that time?
No. But I'm saying,
so we're talking about the 14.
This is not the Bible, though. But I'm saying, this book at one time was 2,500. So I'm saying, why did they do everything to suppress that information from the masses? If the Bible has no credibility or nothing, why did they do everything to hide that and tell us that he was on a random trip to India?
And on top of that, let me finish. On top of that, this brings out the validity of the Bible, because you can find, we're going to read in this book where it tells you that when they met the Native Americans, they said that they were from the tribe of Joseph, and they knew that they're from the lost tribes of Israel. On top of that, there is literal archaeological and proof of artifacts holding Hebrew ancient writing in ancient Cherokee and Native burial grounds. There's the 10 Commandments written in Paleo Hebrew on a rock in Mexico, showing that the native Indians and the Mexicans were dealing with Hebrew dialect and were keeping the laws of Moses. Different customs that they kept all came from the law of Moses, showing that the Bible saying where the Hebrews went to and showing the history, showing that this is a true book, that there is some validity to this, and that this is historical. This is historical. So now let's deal with that. So now we're going to bring out the proof on that.
So just to make sure that I understand. Okay, so because the initial standpoint that you guys made was the fact that black people as the original Israelites or the original Hebrews or something like that?
And Hispanics and also Filipinos.
Okay. So Native Americans, how do they fit within that? Are they what? Are they like some sort of...
Great question.
Yeah, like some sort of subsidy that kind of like...
So, can I bring it up? So it says that the 10 lost tribes prior to the diaspora or them going to the New World, they actually intermingled with people of other nations, so they lost that original black complexion that they had, and it's actually documented in the Bible too. And I'm just going to read it right here, Hosea chapter 7. Sorry, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead.
Hosea chapter 7 verse 8. Ephraim, speaking of the northern kingdom, he hath mixed himself among the people. Ephraim is a cake not turned. So in the case that you cook a cake, if you've ever cooked like bread before, it can turn anywhere between
dark brown to anywhere to light brown, and that's what we see today with the people. And it's actually documented because we have proof showing that, hey, these people have one thing that won't change is their culture, and even some of their dialects, and which we have evidence of today. And I'm just going to read some to you. So it's in the same book, Lost Tribes and Promised Lands: The Origins of American Racism, chapter 30, called A Lost Tribe Discovered in New York. I'm just going to start from the top of the paragraph. Speaking of Portuguese Marano named Antonio de Montezinos, he said that upon his return to Cartagena, the Judaizing Montezinos had found himself accused by the Inquisition and put in prison. Praying for salvation in his cell one day, he was reciting what was by then a standard formula among New World Maranos. Blessed be the name of the Lord, who has not made me an adulterer, a barbarian, a Negro, an Indian. When suddenly be stopped, those Indians, he told himself, they are Hebrews. Pondering this thought incredulously, and yet with growing conviction, he resolved that if he ever was released, he would seek out the Indian Francisco and try to learn the truth, which he did. I'm going to jump down to that. Waving a banner high in the air, the Indian guide soon was greeted by a puff of smoke far beyond the other bank of the river. In response to his signal, the two men waited. Eventually, a canoe appeared bearing 3 men and a woman, all of them so-called Indians, to the place where Francisco and Montezinos were standing at the water's edge. The woman got off and spoke to Francisco in an Indian tongue that Montezinos could not understand, although he could perceive that he was being identified in the conversation. Upon hearing her words, they rose, went over to Montezinos, and to his utter astonishment said, Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Ehad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, written of in Deuteronomy 6 and 4. They had recited in Hebrew the fundamental credo of Judaism. A brief conversation then ensued in their common ancestral tongue, according to Montezinos, whose fluency in it is almost as perplexing to the reader of this narrative as is that of the 3 mysterious new companions. They told him that they were themselves of the tribe of Reuben, and that the tribe of Joseph lived on an island nearby.
Right, so they knew who they were. Right, go on, get all of that. Because
that's a lot.
What started to happen, what these people did, like he realized they were the people, then he started to investigate more about them. And one of the people that he started to investigate told him that these people will rule the world as they once did. Mm-hmm. So Montezino went back to Britain, and under the queen that was running, I forgot the name of it, the queen came up with a plan on how we're going to destroy these people. So what we see today was a plot to destroy these people, to make them forget who they are, so that they can never claim back to the history of dominion and rulership. Mm. So that's what they did through, making us lose. You watch Roots? You watch Roots?
I've watched.
So you see, the first thing they did out of Makuta is they made him forget his name was Toby, or they changed his name to Toby. Should I say? Right. So they did. That's the same thing they did. They culturally started to destroy us. Same thing what they did with the Indians with those schools, saying we're going to kill the Indian. So over time, what happened is we lost our identity. We lost who we were. We lost our purpose.
Right, but that's a geopolitical
approach. Let's get that.
The day when they were at last to issue forth into the world was coming soon, they explained, but in the meantime they could not allow visitors to cross over to them. I'm going to jump down to the point. Francisco told Montezinos all he knew about these people from his own traditions. His ancestors, to their eternal shame, had indeed made war on them and persecuted them. Only the sorcerers of his tribe had perceived that they were a special people and had given warning that they should be left alone. In quotations, the God of these children of Israel is the true God, end quotation. They had said, and everything inscribed on their tablets is true. At the end of the days, they will be lords of all the nations of the earth. One nation will come bringing many things to this land, and after we have all been provided for, these children of Israel will go forth from where they now are and reign over the whole earth as they once did. With this final flourish,
Montesinos had turned his tale of the lost tribes into a bit of propaganda for the Dutch conquest of Brazil.
You see what I'm saying? So he went back, it became propaganda, and they said, hey, how are we going to destroy these people? But they realized that, hey, these people will rule the world like they did before, right? Under King Solomon. Because when you look at King Solomon reigned over all the kingdom that was on his side of the thing, right? But another key point.
See, to me, look, hold on. Let me just interject in here. See, to me, where the disconnect happens is this idea of this real estate developing God that assigns land and dominion upon certain folks on top of other people. I just have a hard time buying into that. It's just like, because to me, like, I look at him like, okay, if all your children are all loved equally, why are you choosy amongst one group of people to somehow be overprivileged over another? And to me, I'm sorry, like when I listen to it, it sounds like, you know, like it sounds like a human approach to power, which is how always things have been said. Hey, the same thing that Hitler did. The Aryans are the superior race. They are chosen to rule over X, Y, and Z in the dominion of the world. It's the same way that the same thing that the Israelis say about the land and how Palestine has no, you know, has no say in how this land is to be attributed. This has been an ongoing approach to this whole thing for a very, very long time. So when I hear something like this, I'm not learning anything new. To me, all this strikes me as is like, okay, it's just, you know, normal human, ontology that is just unfolding in a different situation. Like it's the same.
So everybody's
it's the same game.
For dominion.
Yes, of course. And everybody has to identify the fact that they were the chosen ones, that they're the ones that were picked out of the litter. But then you're using also things like it's an all-knowing, all-loving God, and it just becomes a self-contradictory statement.
See,
because
but
why would this God choose between his children as to one should rule and the other should be ruled?
Well, it's simple. It's simple because as we stated in the beginning, when the nations had a choice going from the Tower of Babel, they chose who they would like to serve. Abraham chose to serve the Most High, and so would be his children.
But what wouldn't the others? What wouldn't the others? If they were created in the perfect image of God, why did they make such a terrible choice that would doom them to thousands of years of servitude to the children of Abraham? Why is it that like they were not capable? They obviously had all the same evidence in front of them.
I mean, think about the choices we make. Can we explain everything?
Yes, of course.
Hold on. I'm
Absolutely.
saying this, right? Because the things that the Most High has given us for life, as in choosing Him, through our actions, we choose opposite of that. So it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. You know, morally, you shouldn't cheat on your girl, your wife, and whatnot. But right, we do things that are against the moral.
No. I think it's a little bit. Let's talk about this conversation, for example. If you and I were having this conversation in Peshawar in Pakistan, and we were out here and I was making some outlandish proposition about Allah and if the Quran is true, we are about to hit the 4-hour mark right now. This conversation, if we're in Peshawar, would have ended 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes the moment that it started, you made a phone call, and there would have been a convoy of men hopping out here and dragging me out of this place.
You're saying if I was in a country,
blasphemy.
If I was in a country that predominantly
right, it would have been. Do you see what I'm talking about though? So it can all be traced up and down. You know what I'm saying?
But it all goes back to the education, right? And I'm saying this why? Because
but why would God not educate His children equally?
What? Say that again.
Why would God not educate His children equally?
Well,
if there's an all-loving God and all-knowing God, so then the children of Jacob and the children of Abraham and the children of Esau and the children of everybody, they should have all have made the same decision if they were exposed to the same circumstances, because genetically they were all descendant of God. But
they're all descendants of Adam. Now
Adam is the descendant of God.
Adam, right, had the opportunity to make the right choice or the wrong choice.
But why? Why did he not make the right choice? Because it's either he was not genetically predispositioned to, or his circumstances did not allow him to make the proper choice, which is quote unquote the proper choice, which is serving the Most High. Right? So why would he not make the same decision as his sibling?
Okay, hold on. So who are you dealing with particularly?
So again, like you're saying that, you know, the children of Abraham were chosen to have dominion over the world, quote unquote, because
they chose to serve the true living God.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the ones that did not choose to serve the Most High, where did the disconnect happen? Where did it go wrong? Because an all-knowing God should know his children to a T. He should know what decisions they're going to make. So therefore, the circumstances should be equal. That's why, for example, in our criminal justice system, we have something called insanity. When somebody is insane and they go and they murder somebody, we have a different approach in the way that we administer justice. You see what I'm saying? So if I have two children and I'm an all-knowing God, so I know one is going to choose to serve me and the other one is going to, I don't know, fuck around, right? When I go to punish that one, as an all-knowing God, I should know his weaknesses before he even commits the act that is deserving of punishment. So if I knew and I still let him do it and I still punished him, but I knew before he did that because I'm an all-knowing God.
So you're saying all the children should have have the equal.
They should have made the same decision. They should have made the same decision.
Okay. Now, as I said, you got brothers and sisters? Are you guys all the same?
Oh yeah, 3 sisters, man.
You guys are all identically made the same decisions?
What do you mean?
Like, for instance, your outlook on how you guys look at things, or choices that you guys made.
Right.
They're different. They're different, right?
They are.
When you look at twins that come out, even though they're identically the same, there's a difference between them.
Right. But it can be explained,
I'm saying that logics of, because they're all created from the same God, they're all created from Adam, right? They should be the same. But the fact is that with Adam making a wrong choice, his children would have the ability to either make the same mistake he made or to learn from the mistake he made and make the right choice.
Let me tell you why that theory doesn't apply to them. It's because, see, me and my sisters, right? Yes, genetically we come from the same tree, but we live in different environments, right? For example, I have a sister of mine who, you know, she doesn't drink, she doesn't party, she doesn't do any of those things. And I do those things, but it's not because it's not because of anything other than the fact that, you know, I adopted, you know, I was exposed to a different type of lifestyle than she was, which made me go this way and made her go that way.
At what point in life?
She was exposed to alcohol. Yes, you're right. Okay, but at whatever point in life, right? But see, here's the thing: if my mom was to choose, I would assume. And again, we don't even talk about my mom. We're talking about an all-knowing God. This is where things become different. Because if I'm all-knowing, right? If I say, for example, let's say I know you were a drug addict for some reason, right? And I go ahead and I expose you to, I put like, you know, a gram of cocaine here and I walk out of the room, right? I know that given your history or whatever it is, you're more than likely to use that gram of cocaine. And then I come back in the room and I'm like, how could you? Right? I knew that. I knew your history as a drug addict. I knew that you couldn't resist, but I still put you in that situation and then came in and punished you for making a decision that I knew you were going to make anyway.
Okay, hold on.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm a little lost with that one, right? But I'm saying, before the Most High gave them an option to choose him, the Most High didn't entice them to build a tower to go and war against God.
If we go back to what we're talking about, of course he did. By introducing Satan to Adam and Eve, you knew what you were doing.
No.
You knew exactly what you were doing. Of course you did.
Because hold on.
It's the same analogy.
Because as I said, if that was the case, he should have intervened from the garden.
Yes.
But I'm saying what happened in the garden, because he could not intervene, given his creation the ability to choose good or evil, He allowed everything to continue and came up with the plan, being Christ at the end of it, to give them the opportunity now to undo all the madness or all the destruction that has been done from the adversary. So the Most High, once that course was set, as in the day you eat from this tree you shall die, the Most High could not take back that word. Once that word his word had to be established.
And that is where, and that is where,
as a result, all of Adam's children, all the way from the beginning to the consummation of time, would go through the process of death.
And see again, and that is where I get puzzled, because again, remember the point that I'm trying to make. Before the Most High even uttered those words, if you eat from the tree you shall die, he knew that they were going to eat from the tree. Regardless of what you tell them, he knew they were going to eat from the tree. If he didn't, that means that was a faulty creation. Then that's a whole entire different conversation. But what we're told is this all-knowing being that never makes mistakes. The moment he added those words, he knew they were going to eat from the tree. He knew he had built them in a way that they were not efficient enough not to do it. So punishing them now suddenly becomes this like sordid experience now all of a sudden.
Well, I mean, okay. I see what you're trying to say, right? Now, with the children of Israel, the Most High told them everything they were going to do before they even did it. Right? So it falls into the same category, right? Now, when you look in the book of Jubilee and whatnot, or even when you look in the Bible, the Most High says, when this is all said and done, you cannot say that I have not been merciful and faithful to you through all your transgressions that you've done towards me. So when it's all said and done, even though the Most High allowed all these things to happen based on our choices, he made it in a way that when it's all said and done, we're going to see how merciful he is and how, you know what I mean, all the things that we put him in loving and all those titles and whatnot, we're going to see how the plan that he set in course through the redemption and whatnot, through Christ and all that, how the Most High has been merciful all this time. Right? So I'm saying that because we understand what the end goal is. What needs to happen. Eventually, the Most High is going to judge everything that the adversary did, and also bound the adversary himself. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of it, all glory will be brought to the Most High. But Satan, what you have to understand is that Satan was allowed to go about and do what he did in order, like, I'm trying to use okay. The Most High is looking for the gold of the earth, the precious things of the earth. Right? Like the Bible talks about being a vessel of honor, right? So, if in order for me to know who's really with me, who really loves me, right? The Most High allowed Satan to go about and to see who he would be able to deceive. That way we can separate. You know,
but he should have known already. That is the point that I'm trying to make.
But I'm saying at the
he
same
should
time,
know. As
the Bible says, if you come to serve the Most High, prepare thy soul for temptation. You see what I'm saying? So we have to go through the trials, right? So ever since Adam's fall, we have to go through the trials of fire on one side, water on the other side,
but see,
and endure.
Again, you don't see how the 2 points contradict each other, because an all-knowing God does not need to know who's going to betray him or not. He does not need to create some sort of training exercise to figure out who's going to betray him and not, because he already knows. He's an all-knowing God, unless he isn't. Are you saying that he's not all-knowing and therefore he has to have these lab experiments where he's putting his creations to the test to see who is going to remain faithful and who isn't? Because as an all-knowing God, there is no need for these science experiments. There is no need, because he already knows the answers ahead of time.
But if he's looking for those who love him, right?
No, he already knows though. He already knows. He should already know. As a all-knowing God, he should already know.
A vessel, right? Because for instance, you want to look at, and let's see if we can get the scripture where it says, no, when it talks about Adam, how he was incomplete and Christ was the complete version of him. Let's see if we can find it. And the reason, the point that I'm trying to make, right? Because we're touching on so much topics. My head's busting, right? But what I'm trying to show is the fact that the Most High, as I said, He had to allow what to happen because, for instance, okay, the relationship that the Most High has with His people is like a husband and wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I create the perfect woman, putting everything into her, not to cheat, not to...
No, but you don't create your woman.
But no. But I'm just trying to show you what the Most High is trying to get, right? And I'm saying way how...
But that analogy doesn't work.
But I'm trying to show you how it works, because throughout the Bible, the Most High talks to His people like His wife. You see what I'm saying? So He talks about, even when you talk about Christ would be the bridegroom, Israel, or the nation of Israel would be the bride. You see what I'm saying? So you find those comparisons within the Bible. So I'm just trying to bring it to now our, you know what I mean, ways that we can comprehend that, right? So I'm saying, if I created a woman that was supposed to love me, because I'm a jealous guy, right? And I gave her, you know, I took her, made her perfect, without the deficiencies, without that. I made her programmed to only love me. How do I know she really loves me?
But see,
Because
again, listen. No,
Because
that
I
point is a
programmed-
non-starter. Listen, that
All right.
point is a non-starter from the get-go, because
Yeah,
again,
go ahead.
we're talking. First of all, I don't know if we're talking about some sort of like Frankenstein experiment where you're creating your own wife in the lab and you're putting all these key points in her. But again,
All right.
if as a man, let's say, what do we mean by creating a wife? That means you are conditioning her, quote unquote, to be faithful, to do this.
No,
Is
but
what
that's
we mean
what-
by
that-
creating?
that-
Because
that's
as
what
a
you're asking-
human, you
no,
have
but I'm
no
saying-
idea of knowing
Yeah.
if, like, see,
Yeah.
when you are a knowing God,
Yeah.
you don't start. Your starting point is already the finish line. Meaning that when you create that creation, you know exactly how much love that creation is capable of. You know how much evil that creation is capable of. You know how much temptation that creation can be able to sustain until it collapses on itself. You know all these things already compiled. So there is no need. The reason why, for example, as humans, we need things like trial and error is because we are not all-knowing beings. If you already knew, there would be no room for science. We would know exactly how to cure AIDS the moment AIDS popped up.
So hold on.
We would know-
I'm trying to understand
so the point that I'm trying to make is this, like the idea of an all-knowing, all-loving God. First of all, having a chosen people, that within itself becomes asinine and it falls on its face, because for the simple reason of the fact that people who were not exposed to the Judeo-Christian God, 99% of them was due to the fact that they were in a space geographically where the Bible was never brought to them. If Germany had never lost World War I, I would not have known who Jesus is.
All right, hold on.
Either way, regardless, does that make me less of a creation?
Because we're talking, you're stuck on the chosen people, right? A people chosen to bring forth God, the understanding of the Most High.
Because remember your
right?
bio, I read it at the beginning of the show. It talks about awakening the elect. And that is a huge statement.
It is a huge statement, but I'm
Right.
saying, when we look at where society is going right now,
Right.
do we see a satanic agenda? Yes or no?
A satanic agenda.
Like, for instance, why are they in Washington, D.C. building a Baphomet statue?
A what?
Baphomet. Baphomet was a Luciferian known symbol that was their worshiping of Lucifer.
Who is building it and why they're building it?
Say that again?
Who is building it?
Well, it's being builded by,
Satanists, I believe.
it's Satanists over there, but they're using it under their religion exemption of freedom of religion. Right? But I'm saying...
But freedom of religion is a real thing.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, same way how Satan has people bringing forth his plans, like when you look at, and let's get the Albert Pike prediction, please, because Albert Pike, who's a known Luciferian, has an agenda to bring the doctrine of Luciferian to the forefront of the earth. So I'm saying there's a selected people to bring forth the doctrine of Lucifer. Why can't there be a selected people to bring forth the will of the Most High.
But they're not selected
They
by
are
some sort of
selected.
divine power.
Hold on,
That is
hold on,
what the
hold on,
problem
hold on,
is.
hold on,
How do you
hold on,
become
hold on.
a Satanist? Why are you not a Satanist?
Let's read and let's see. Let's read.
No, hold
the
on.
third
Let
condition.
me address that point. Why are you not a Satanist? Do you think you're not a Satanist because somehow God plucked you out of this sea of people and decided to give you the ideas and the thought processes that you have? No. How do people become
Absolutely.
Satanists? If you were born in a family of Satanists and that's all that you're exposed to, then that's all that
That's
you are.
not true.
Of
That's
course
not true.
there is.
Okay, if that's the case,
Listen.
then why? If that's the case, why are black people joining these Illuminati fraternities? They didn't start. Hold on. They didn't
listen.
start off. They
No,
didn't
but you know what?
start- a lot of
Your
them started off in Christian
experiences.
households.
No, listen. What? Your experiences have led you in those circumstances. But when you start putting like some sort of divine deity that's saying that somehow there is a stamp that comes from the heavens, then at that point you're not having an intellectually honest conversation. It's the
But
same thing that I'm
let-
telling you
let-
that there is one. How many people is in India? There is 1.7 billion people in India. 260 million of those are Jainists. Okay?
Yep.
Jainists. Are you telling me that God has doomed 260 million people for one reason or another, that because somehow they were not exposed to Christianity?
No.
Like the only reason why those people are not Christians is because their environment has led them to become Jainists. That is the only answer to it.
I just want to say
you touch
one.
on that, you
I just
touch
want
on
to say one thing. First and foremost, the elect are a specific seed of people. It's not pertaining to your religion or, let's say, where you are in the world. Now, I just want to bring out two scriptures in the Bible to prove that. So this is Isaiah 45 verse 4. It says, "For Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me." So that's showing that Israel, who is a seed and a bloodline of people, are the elect. Now we're going to Revelation 7, and we're going to go to verse 3.
And get Psalms as well. Right. He didn't show it on
Exactly. So Revelation 7, verse 3, it says, "Saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and they were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel." So showing that you're talking about this person that's scattered there, it tells you in Isaiah 11, verse 11, the Most High will gather his people that were from the right hand, from the left, from the east to the west, from the north to the south. He's going to gather his people out of all countries. So regarding religion and whatnot, doesn't pertain to that. It pertains to
but
bloodline.
religion
Now we're
is
going to
a
get
question of geography. Listen, the reason why you believe the things that you do, the reason why you're not a Buddhist is not because somehow the spirit has
But that's
permeated
not true.
through you better than anybody
Are
else.
there
That's
black
not the
Buddhists?
fact.
Are there black people who follow
Of
the practice?
course there are.
So that
but
throws off
you
that
know what
theory.
though?
That
But you know what though?
throws off that
It throws
Let
out
me
that
tell you
theory.
something, though. Let me tell you something though. It's because now we live in the age where information is available to you. It's not because it's not like just how there are Buddhists that became Christians, right? If you're a Buddhist and you become a Christian, does that mean that the Most High is like, you, Krishnamurti, come here, go over here in this circle?
Hold on, say
Is
again,
this
say
a,
again.
if you're a Buddhist, if it's the other way around, right? If you grew up as a Jainist, your family was from the forefront of the Indian villages, and then you become a practicing Christian.
Yeah.
Does that mean now all of a sudden that you're part of the chosen ones?
No.
Does that mean like
Sorry.
you're now?
No,
you're-
because
like-
as the brother said, chosen one goes to bloodline. Now, the fact that these people have forsaken the gods of their forefathers and the practices of the forefathers and came to sojourn amongst the children of Israel to serve the true living God, the Bible refers to them as sojourners. So we had people like that amongst us who saw the practices of their nations and realized that the God their forefathers were serving was not the true God, and joined themselves onto us and learned our ways and customs. So they were part of the elect. The elect, just because we're the chosen people, that doesn't mean salvation or what the Most High is bringing to this earth is exclusively to these elect people.
So just to touch upon that, there's a scripture for that. It says Isaiah 49, 5 and 6, just the mission statement for waking up the chosen people, and knowing that it's not just for them, but salvation is wrought unto those who want to believe. So it says here, Isaiah 49, verse 5 and 6, "And now saith the Most High, that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him, though Israel be not gathered. Yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Most High, and my God shall be my strength. And he said, It is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob, and to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth. And just touching upon Deacon Zariah's point about how there were sojourners amongst the children of Israel because they saw the ways of how the people were behaving themselves and looking after their God. They inquired, wow, where are they getting this wisdom from? So Deuteronomy 4 and 6, it says, Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? So going to show you being a light.
And just to hit the nail on the head, the Most High says in James 1 and verse 1, it says, James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. So these letters are going out to the four corners of the earth, reaching the people whom it needed to reach.
Right, but
No matter what geography.
Even what Brother Hudson read, we can see that the first goal is to raise the people. And then from the people that raised, salvation will go to the ends of the world. So it's not to exclude anybody, but without these people knowing who they are to fulfill their purpose, as in to bring his salvation to the end of the world, we're pretty much living in a state of darkness, right?
It's like raising up doctors, right? You got doctors who went to medical school, who went through all the various courses, what may have you. Those doctors come forth with the wisdom and understanding, and they heal other people and equip them on, okay, how do you take care of your family and so on and so forth. So that's more so what we're bringing forth here.
Honestly, gentlemen, like I feel like we can go on. We're hitting the 4.5 hour mark right now. We could be out here for a couple hours, but I want to first start out by saying, like, man, I appreciate you guys taking your time to do this. This is I starve for conversations like these, and I know this is not the last one that we're having. I'm lucky enough to have like a couple platforms that I want these conversations to get out there, because it's us. It's the only way that you move the ball forward is having genuinely intellectually honest conversations where people bring in, and it's okay not to agree. It's fine, and that's, I feel like that's what we showcased here. Yes. That people can agree or disagree and still be civilized about it, right? Still shake hands and still be able, because that's the only way that you move the ball forward. So if you don't mind, guys, just giving like where can people find you, like your social medias or anything of the sort. If you have any events coming up, anything of the sort that you want to promote on the show, you can go ahead and do it now.
All right, so a few things that we could where you can find us. You can find us at goc.1.org.
Okay.
Let's pull up the official.
Yeah, pull up all the ones.
The official.
Yeah, you're about to have one of those Joe Biden moments. Have you seen that in the debates? And if you guys saw that on those, Joe Biden goes to, he's like, so he's trying to say, like, everybody's giving their website, and instead of him having a website, they give him a number that people can text money to. He's like, you can find me at 301-2210, and then there was no .com.
I mean, we ain't gonna go that far. We didn't come here for no money or no.
No. But I'm saying
the truth, right? But you could contact us. Or our main webpage is gatheringofchrist.org. That's where you can find out a little bit more about us, our doctrine, and some of the things that we touched on tonight. We could go a little bit more in depth.
Amazing.
Our email, if you want to contact us for the Toronto region, is gocc.gta1@gmail.com. We congregate, or we have service in the Jane and Lawrence area, nice. 24 Sable Street, Toronto, Ontario. And we usually start around, or we do start 1:30 time. So for those that want to touch base, want to come
Sundays,
out,
Saturdays,
Saturday,
Sabbath, on the Sabbath, yeah,
right. But we want to get a little bit more information, or even have questions that they probably have and want to get them answered and whatnot. We would love to take the time. You pretty much where to find us.
Awesome.
And we will take the time and sit down and have a dialogue.
Awesome.
And see if we could dig up the history.
That's amazing.
Closing statement?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Closing statement.
Closing statement. Wow. I mean, we touched on a lot. But one of the closing statements that I think we want to drive home is the fact that the importance of the Bible, right? Now, when we ask most people of color, what's the history? Majority of us draw a blank. Now, you grew up on the other side. So, let me ask you, how well are you in touch with your history?
I'm very. Look, what do you mean by I grew up on the other side? The other side of what?
Like for instance, okay, so most people that come off of those, I'm going back to black people.
Right.
Most of us who came off of those slave ships.
I didn't come off the slave ship.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm
That's what I'm
black.
saying.
I'm the original black. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
So I'm
I'm
saying it might differ
Right.
for you.
Right.
Or it might be the same.
Nah,
but I'm saying if it's the same, like for us who came off the ship.
Right.
When it comes to black history, the only thing we have is Martin Luther King. We have the slaves after the ship.
Exactly.
But we don't have what happened before the ships. You see what I'm saying? We don't have, like for instance, we said we came from West Africa, but we know there was many tribes and many families in West Africa.
Right.
Why is everybody claiming to be Egyptians? You see what I'm saying? But one of the key
Is that the general
points-
go-to? Is it Egypt? Does the
I
general?
mean, a lot of people will say they're Egyptian,
Right.
or cling on to Egyptology. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But what we really want to go into and really want to drive home and get people to actually research is the fact that this Bible, this book that we've been doctrinated or, trained or social engineered to hate is actually the missing link of the history we lost. You see what I'm saying? The book of Jeremiah talks about how the children of Israel, for their disobedience, will lose their heritage. We look today, we're dealing with the people who have clearly lost their heritage. The Bible talks about a people, and Malcolm X has a speech on this where he talks about the valley of dry bones, saying you are the people that the Bible's talking about. You're the people that are dead to your knowledge, dead to yourself, dead to your heritage. You see what I'm saying? So until we understand that, we're going to continue to be, operating as people, as the walking dead. People that it's lost to their identity, to their heritage, to the richness that the Most High gave us, that we can find in the Bible and through other history as well. Because as I said, we wanted to go more in the Bible, but we went to other history just to show the validity of the Bible. But when it talks about those slave ships, how you'd be sold, how your children would be sold to him, you would marry your wife and another man will enjoy her, how we would be the tail, instead of being the head, we become the tail of all nations. All those things we can see in real time that we are living that.
But it's happening to everybody.
No!
Yes, it is.
All right, hold on. Give me a point in history where thousands of a nation millions went into servitude.
And are still there in that
and
land.
are still there in this present time.
And built cities.
Right? Because we
might have to say that for the radio show.
That.
I'm gonna have you guys on the radio show. Definitely. This is great. So where can they find you, my brothers? Like Mike and Hudson, or like your socials and stuff like that, and like I don't know. You guys are not on Twitter or anything?
No, we're just part of the Gathering in Christ Church.
Yeah,
we're just brothers of the Gathering in Christ Church. But I just wanted to say something at the end. Without who you call so-called Jesus Christ, we are nothing. The true name of Jesus Christ in the Hebrew is Yeshua, which is my Savior. So we are called the Gathering of Christ Church, which means, yes, we know and we can prove that we are the children of Israel, the biblical people, that the people of the Bible. And we can prove that with evidence, with history, and with biblical scriptures. But the point is that without Christ, without us believing in Christ, accepting baptism, and repenting of our sins, and keeping these commandments, we will never receive salvation, no matter if we're Israel down to the bone. Whether we're the elect, whether or not. Without Christ, the black Messiah, he is a black man according to the Bible, we would be nothing. So we give all praises, honor, and glory to the Most High God, whose name is Ahaya, according to Exodus 3, verse 13,
Right.
to his holy son, Yeshaya Mashiach, for giving us the life we have and the opportunity we have to repent and to bring forth his doctrines at the four corners of the earth.
Amen.
That's amazing.
Now we
man.
say shalom.
Gentlemen, it was a pleasure, man. Thank you so much for indulging my, sometimes, according to some of your facial expressions, my undeserved skepticism. You know what I mean?
No, but it's good. It's good. It's
You
good.
know,
It's
so
good.
it's
good.
I'm looking forward to more of these conversations. Gentlemen,
100%.
thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. And until next time, remember, I said what I said.